I will start with the karakia. Thank you to the committee members for taking their seats. Whakataka te hau ki te ora, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, Māori ora. Apologies. Now, I do have some for early departure, but I am hoping we'll be so efficient that we won't need to have those people being in an early departure. So I think I have apologies from Mayor Whānau, from Puiwi Kelly, from Councillor Chung, for potentially departure around 2 or just after 2:30. So if we can just note those, and I move that we accept them. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor McNulty. We'll vote on that now. And that has been carried unanimously. Does anyone have conflict of interest to declare in relation to the matters on the... No, I don't see anybody. Confirmation of minutes. So I'm happy to move that we approve the minutes of the last meeting held on the 18th of June 2025, which have been online, and that they'd be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Puiwi Kelly. Put that motion and we'll vote on it now. Thank you. And that again has been carried unanimously. There are no items that are not on the agenda, so we'll now move to our public participation. So first up, I think Graham Weir is here. You were a little bit out, or do we have David Chowdhury? I think we're running a little bit ahead of time. So if you would like to take your place now, if that's... Well, we were... Welcome, Graham.
Thank you. Can I please to install function on the PowerPoint? At the moment, I can't. There's my map. How do I point to that? I can't. How do I use my laser pointer? I can't. Can you please ask the service to provide a pointer facility for...
We'll make a note of that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, can I start at this point? Is it?
Yes, and you do have
I've used up
5
seconds. Okay.
5 minutes, but we'll be a bit lenient about the 6 seconds.
Thank you very much. My name's Graham Weir. I'm representing the Koramako Track Builders. We are a voluntary group building walking tracks in the Western Hills of Wellington. Now, several years ago, Council approached the Koramako Track Builders and asked us to interact with the mountain bike community and to present a master plan for walking and biking tracks south of the Crow's Nest track. So the tracks for your consideration today are, to large part, that master plan that was presented by the walking and mountain bike community. So it's been a joint process between walkers and mountain bikers. So to put things in perspective, I'm hoping I can talk to this. I'm not sure, I don't really want to walk up. It might be rude to walk up to the front and point, but if you can look at your maps, you can get some idea. So on the far right is Kandala, in the middle is Nio, and on the left is Crofton Downs. On the far right and upper, there's the northern walkway going up to Mount Kaukau, and at the end of that line there is Mount Kaukau. That's the highest point on the Western Hills, and you can't see it, but more or less to the left of the A in Arua Street, up near there is the Crow's Nest track. That's where we're talking about. And you can see the brown bit on the left part. That is the new housing development in the terraces where the tracks will walk through. So so now Koramako Track, we had the official opening this Saturday, and in 1 year's time we believe that all of this is where it's difficult, all of Koramako Track running right from, I'll just show you.
Yes, come up and
we finished that recently. All of this section of track here, from this point here, through here, through here, through here, and up to here will be finished in about a year's time. So what's remaining is this point here, and let me just go and show you. So the remaining part is this part in yellow here. That's the part you're voting on today. So this is why it's so important to the walking community. This part here, the yellow part, is the part that has not been completed of the Koromako track. So once this is approved and built, you're able to walk from here all the way up to Kandala on the Northern Walkway. Does that make sense? So,
if you want to go back and use the microphone now.
Oh, sorry.
Just because it will come through better in the...
He was referring to the...
Oh, the housing.
The housing, yes, sorry, that's certainly. So this part here, that part there, it's an old one, but that is the terraces development at the end. This is Silverstream Road along here, and that is the new housing development.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And the tracks, here is Crow's Nest up here, and all this region in here is where you are considering the walking and mountain bike tracks.
So Graham, could I ask you just to use the microphone, because we potentially have people online. We're quite clear now. And can you just make your main points about whether you're supporting this or so that we're clear, because you've... Thank you.
Okay, we wholly support the recommendations of the council officers. So that's what it is. I can't see it from here, but those are the tracks. Where's the time? Oh, it's only 1 minute. Okay. Yeah. So look, it's well known the benefits of walking in the bush, both for physical and mental health. The main point of this probably is it provides a very efficient trapping line, and that is going to be essential for the long-term sustainability of native trees, birds and animals. And I'll just go through the conclusions now. So the Koromako track builders strongly endorse all of the recommendations by the City Council officers regarding the walking tracks to the south of the Crow's Nest, specifically approval of track 3, that's the yellow part in your map, the second image, subject to ceding of land from the council, and the existing tramping track, we call that, the walking community calls that the upper silver sky, and that is the brown map there. And we also strongly recommend construction of stage 1, which will begin next calendar year, and that can be built, we're a voluntary group, it can be built essentially free of charge.
Okay.
So that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, and we have got your points very clearly, but we don't have time for questions, but thank you, Graham. Yeah, thank you. Right, next up we have, if he's here, David Childbury. No? Okay, we will just take a brain check on that. And do we have Matt Farah here? Oh, Demetrius is here. He's actually in person. Oh, Matt's online. Okay.
I'm here.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me? Hi. Have you got can you see my presentation? I've got just a few quick slides. Has Sophie put that up?
It's coming. Yes, it's coming.
Oh, thank you.
We have it now. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, that's all good.
We'll put your 5 minutes up and we'll let you get going.
Thank you. Kia ora, councillors. It's Matt Farah here from Trails Wellington. It's nice to be talking to you again. Look, just the quick history of this very quickly. There previously had been a submission from the mountain bike community to build trails in Johnson's Hill. That was worked through with the officers, and then they decided it wasn't a suitable area for more advanced mountain bike trails or any mountain bike trails. So we worked with the officers, and they suggested that this Crofton Downs area and Crow's Nest area as being suitable for mountain bike trails to explore because of its, particularly around its low ecological value. So over the next period of few years, I've been working closely with the officers along with other people, and we have this process is now ending with a presentation to you. So the key things about this is that this is really part of a bigger, from our perspective, a bigger transformation of Wellington around engaging with nature, mountain biking, and restoring, all use for all trail users. So we see this as one piece of a bigger puzzle that if you councillors are still around next year, you'll hear more from me on that. The bigger picture stuff that we're working on, but this is part of it. The unique thing about this has been it's been a co-design process between Graham and the Coromacco Trail Builders, residents, Wellington City Council, and Trails Wellington. So we've evolved these trails over years and months to get something that we believe will work for everybody, and that has the right mixture of shared walking trails, a tramping only trail, and some more advanced mountain biking trails. So yeah, we think it's a really positive step forward in terms of all the benefits that you get from getting more community engagement, potential tourism opportunities, and just the health of people getting out into the bush. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, I'll come to in a minute, is just to help you understand what these trails actually are in terms of when we talk about a grade 5 or a grade 6 versus a traditional grade 3 trail. As I'm going to show you in the next few slides the difference, so you can understand how low impact these are from an ecological point of view. And then finally, Tom Adams is online, who's leading our community group. We have worked closely with not just Coromacco, but a whole bunch of other people in the community area around to support these trails. So the key thing from the councillor's point of view is that these are going to be volunteer built trails. Trails Wellington will support them where appropriate. We're not asking the council to invest money to build these trails, and we're trying to help support and grow a community that will then not only build them but continue to maintain them. So we think that's an amazing, unique thing about Wellington, that there's these people all across our city that want to, feel the kaitiaki tanga for their areas and want to maintain and build and do the planting work to support them and to do the predator-free work to support them. So we see it as a really positive thing, a really positive story for you councillors to be able to talk about. And here is the second slide, if you want to slide that to a picture that you can see. There's someone riding what is like a grade 5-6 trail, and you can, I don't know if that's come up, but hopefully it is. You can see that's actually Tom, the person who's leading the group here, and you can see that if you just left that trail and did nothing on it, it would pretty much return back to nature. The amount of impact that the trail building has is very low key. If you go to another slide, number 4, you can see here's another example, of the trail of a grade 5 sort of trail, and you can see again that there's the low, it's not something that's going to be visually able to be seen from a long way away, and if it's left, it will just restore back to nature generally. Now, if you compare that to our last slide, that is like a grade 3 traditional trail, and you can see how that has a far bigger impact, on the ecology, because it's much wider and it has big banked berms, and so yes. So in my summary is that is not the trails we're building. It is those first 2 slides that I showed you, and I'm all ready in my very short 5 minutes to take any questions you have.
So, Councillor Calvert, you did have your hand up last time. Have you still got a question? Of the previous person. Do we have any questions for Matt? Matt, how long do you think, if you were given approval, it would take to build one of these low impact trails?
Well, if Tom was online, he could talk to that better to me, but it's not a quick process because it's relying on volunteer community work. It could take up to a year quite easily for them to be built. Because the predominant bush that we're building through is barberry and gorse, and so it's quite nasty stuff.
Yeah. And I have a... Tom is online. Oh, Tom's online. Tom, did you want to make a quick comment? It have to be very quick.
No, just saying I'm here. If you've got any questions.
Oh, okay. I think we're out of time for further questions, but thank you. The pictures are actually very illustrative and helpful. So thank you very much. And thank you, Matt, for that.
Given that we lost a couple of the earlier speakers, or one of the earlier speakers, doesn't that give me a couple more minutes for questions? Sophie?
I could see if there are any more questions. Are there any more questions from the committee? Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, would you be happy for a question to be asked of one of the previous, of Graham, because we thought we ran out of time for him? But no, look, I think we probably better keep to time. We have actually got a very full agenda and people that do need to leave early if possible. But thank you, Matt. I think it's been very clear. We sense your support. Thank you.
Yes, you're correct.
All right.
Thank you very much, councillors. All the best. Cheers.
I shall move to Demetrius, and he is actually talking to us about one of the proposed road closures. Thank you. Thank you.
Rana, Kalimera, good morning, and thank you very much for allowing me to appear in front of you again this year. And a special thank you also for approving our road closure last year. It really added a huge amount to our Panihiri and added to the success of it. So we're really appreciative of that. And also I'd like to acknowledge and thank Maria, oops, she's just gone. For helping to guide us through this, especially last year when it was the first time that we did it. As I said, the road closure contributes vastly to the success of the event and also the safety of the event, and that's very important. So we're asking for the same thing again this year, but the only thing is we had a planning meeting last night and we've changed the date from the date that you've got in front of you. We're going a week later to the 21st of February 2026. I don't think it'll make any difference to anything. As I said, we're improving the Panihiri all the time. We're getting feedback from attendees, social media, and we're hoping that it will become a major cultural event in the Wellington calendar. It's gone from strength to strength since the COVID closed down. We're really proud about that. So as I said, the details are exactly the same. I sent a JPEG map last night to explain exactly where it'll be. It's exactly the same as last year.
Thank you.
I said it's a major cultural event showcasing our food, but not only our food, music. We hope there'll be more dancing this year. There are videos that you can see showing how great it was. Also, we have our church open. It's a huge event showcasing our culture. So thank you very much for listening to me. I won't go.
Thank you. I think it looks.
The only thing I would add is whether you approve it or not, you're all very warmly welcome. So put it in your calendars, the 21st of February next year.
Yeah. So we'll check with our officers whether that makes a material difference, but I don't think it will. I have got some questions. I didn't see whose hand went up first, but it might have been actually, I think, Councillor Rogers, then Councillor McNulty, and then Councillor Chung. No, it wasn't you? Okay, McNulty.
Yeah, it was just with the change of the date. We may need to update the paper very specifically. So have you talked to Maria about that change that you're going to do?
No, it was actually approved last night at the meeting we had.
Cool.
We've gone really early this year, much earlier than we did.
Cool. We'll make sure we.
Yeah, I mean last February.
Okay, we'll make sure we might need to move an amended substantive.
We will mention it to our officers and get some advice on that, but I don't think it should make a difference. We'll see. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Dimitri. Yes, I agree. It was a really good festival last year. Do you think that, are there any things that you learned from last year's event that you would actually change for this one regarding the crowd control or control of all the people there?
Yes, we generated a spreadsheet and going through it. I can't give you details at the moment, but there are things to do with the queues and access to the various stalls and things like that. And especially one thing that came out is we need to provide more shade. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't go into any more detail. Prepared for that question.
Okay. If there are no other questions, I'll say that I did attend last year and thoroughly enjoyed it, and wonderful food, and I saw Councillor Rogers there. So,
and Councillor Chung.
And Councillor Chung, yes.
In one of the photos.
And it looks like a few of us were there, Councillor. Oh, Councillor Young, Councillor Calvert. So you've obviously got councillors that enjoy it. So thank you very much.
Yeah, well, do come and say hello to me. I'm usually in the corner in the band, but not always.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So now do we have Jodie Diggy? Sorry. Sorry, it's all run together. Jodie, Seabright and
Hello.
Gordon. Hi, Jodie.
Yeah, I'm Jody. Yes, I'm Jody Seabright. I'm Secretary of Wellington Car Club, and joining me is Gordon Diggle, who is the President of Wellington Car Club. We're here to speak in support of our road closure applications for our major annual events that we run in the city. So thank you for allowing us to speak. And also thank you to Maria and her team for all the hard work that they've put in over many years to support the road closure applications that we make. As most of you will be aware from our earlier presentations, these events have been annual fixtures in the Wellington events calendar for many years. And in the case of the Alexandra Road event, we've been running that since the mid-1950s. We've also spoken previously on how we've made positive efforts to include electric vehicles in our competition as a way to promote alternatives to fossil fuels. These initiatives continue at regional, national and international levels with significant moves and developments in the area of biofuels and hydrogen. However, today I wanted to highlight some aspects of our sport that is not acknowledged as it should be. That is the inclusive nature of all motorsport events, including the two that we run. In short, our sport is one of the few where all people compete equally. The same course, the same conditions, one set of results. Our events are neutral when it comes to gender, disability and age. The only consideration is the ability to compete safely. All competitors are treated with the equally. The only distinction for competition is the CC rating or engine capacity of the car that you drive. Many are surprised to learn this because it's quite an obvious fact that motorsport has been heavily male-dominated in the past. However, significant initiatives have been made in the last few decades to remove barriers to competition and participation. As a result, the diversity of people involved has changed for the better. Melissa has been our clerk of the course for both our events for many years, and both events have a number of women involved as officials, competitors and volunteers. This extends to people with varying levels of ability who would not otherwise be able to participate as fully in other sports. This is equally true for age, for the age of a competitor. As an example, at a recent event, we had a 15-year-old competing directly against an 87-year-old who first competed in the early 1960s. A Mr. DJ Butters Esquire wasn't the slowest competitor on the day either. In motorsport, age is not a barrier, and the nature of our competition is such that it encourages families to be actively involved. For example, myself and my son have competed beside and against each other for a number of years using the same car in each event. It is not unusual for generations to work alongside each other to prepare vehicles and then compete or participate in numerous ways. With our events forming an important part of the Wellington Motorsport Association Sprint Series, they continue to be vital in allowing all people to compete and participate in events that are local and that are affordable. By supporting our events, this not only ensures that an important regional series continues, it also supports the opportunity for a diversity of participation that will otherwise be denied those people due to cost or lack of availability of suitable venues. So on that, we thank you for your consideration and trust that the club can continue our events with the support of the council.
Thank you. Do we have questions? No, I think you've been pretty clear. And also, how many times would you have run this recently? Do you run it every year?
So both of the two events that we've applied for road closure, we run them annually. And so the two events form 2 rounds of a 6-round Wellington Motorsport Association series. So they're an important part of the regional series where we've got people coming from other parts of the country, such as the Wairarapa or Whanganui, Manawatu area. They often come down to compete, and we go and compete at their events. So yeah, no, it's a long established and important part of the Wellington calendar, basically.
Thank you. I think we have actually come to the end of your time, but thank you very much.
Lovely, thank you.
It's nice that you've taken the time to talk to us about your event, and it does give us a bit of reassurance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we have had, our first submitter has actually formally cancelled, so we're keeping on moving, a little bit ahead of time, which is nice. I think we're up to Anthony. Thank you, welcome. And Anthony Tyne is going to be speaking to us about the Karori bus changes. Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. So, potentially I'm at the wrong meeting, but we'll see how this goes anyway. At some point, a PowerPoint will turn up. Do I have to move this up?
No, they'll bring it up for you.
Okay, so I'm here to talk today about it's TR 119/25, and it's specifically about the bus stops down towards the end of Koori Road. I'm going to suggest to you today that this is a costly exercise to move one bus stop, resite another. That doesn't actually benefit bus passengers, cyclists, road users, and it's actually quite disruptive to the existing residents down there. I'm sorry, how do I work this?
Are we waiting for a presentation? Is that, so don't panic, we'll just give it time.
Well, the issue is there's some pictures there, and the submission does actually tend to sort of derail if I don't have the pictures.
Yeah, it's okay, it's coming up, and we won't penalise you. We're starting it fresh because I can see that. Yeah.
The other point I'll make while we're waiting for this slide then is I strongly believe that the consent process has been flawed regard to the siting of this particular bus stop. Originally, the bus stop was in the public proposals was sited at 374 Koori Road, which is roughly 100 metres eastwards of the pavilion site. It's now going to be removed, substantially different to that. So here we go. I'm struggling with this technology. How does this work? Okay. So we'll go back one. Okay. So there's a picture of the current bus stop at Trigham Street on Koori Road. You can see it's easily visible all around. If I give you a slightly closer view of it, you can see there it's protected by a pedestrian crossing. There's a large awning that people waiting for the bus can stand under, and you can see it's at the entrance to Trigham Street, and that's mostly where people turn up to catch the bus from. Okay. I have a concern that where the new bus stop is going to be positioned, it's quite hard to see, but down on the left-hand side there's a second lamppost, and on the lamppost there's a slight spot you can see. But from that picture there, you can see that the bus stop, where it's going to be repositioned if it goes ahead, will sit on the corner of Koori Road. It's not a particularly easy place to see buses or cars come at you. This next slide here gives you a presentation of where the current stop is and how much better the visibility is around that particular stop as a road user. Google Earth were good enough to give me this picture, so this is not a staged one. You can see here just how tight the road gets around where the bus stop's actually going to be positioned, particularly since there's the car parking on the far side of the road will remain there. Okay. As I mentioned when I was starting before, the original proposal was to put the bus stop at 374 Koori Road, and places it almost exactly halfway between the end of Koori Road and the stop at 338, sorry, at Trigham Street. So somehow, rather mysteriously, the bus stops turned up outside number 364 Koori Road, and in effect, it's only going to be moved roughly, it says 110 metres. It says it's a 2-minute walk. It's actually 70 seconds. So this bus stop seems to be moving all around the place. And my argument is that there is not a consent to actually put the bus stop exactly where it's going to go, and therefore, as TR 119/25 sets out, the road markings are actually going to be put in place for a bus stop that probably shouldn't be there. Let's see if we can go forward. Already there's markings on the footpath, so you can see gas is going to be altered, water is going to be altered, chorus lines are going to be altered. It's very hard to see how this is not going to be disruptive and a quite expensive project. If I can take you back just one slide, one of the issues with placing the bus stop where it is now, at first glance it appears that it impacts two properties, 364 Koori Road and 370. There's actually 5 residents live down the lane next between those two properties. So that means that at particular times of the day, roughly 7 or 8 properties will be accessing the footpath relatively close to where the bus stop is intended to be placed. Here's a nice picture of the cycle lane that comes almost uninterrupted up from Koori Park. So if you are a cyclist, you can come along here. The proposal is that a part of the cycle lane is removed at that particular part there. Why is that relevant? Because it's actually just ironically right before the turn off to what's advertised as being the quieter streets. I'm sorry I'm taking this at a bit of a rush. If bus spacing was an issue, I would suggest to you that it's probably better to look at this particular spacing where residential density is actually higher. That's between the stop at 338 Koori Road and 292 Koori Road. Okay, so this has been a bit of a gallop, but let me just take you through the outcomes which I put up here. So as I see it, commuters are not going to be better off by what's proposed. Their comfort and their safety is going to be impacted. Cyclists are not going to be better off. There's a hazard where there wasn't one before. General road users are not going to be better off because there will be hazards. Residents are impacted more than the current stop. The new buses are not actually an issue. If you go, I'll try and get us back to the first slide. You can see, if I take you back, that the current stop will actually be large enough to accommodate a larger sized bus. In short, what's there currently does actually work very well. Oh. Thank you. I think that's it. I'm sorry, this is a bit of a rush.
It's all right. We have a question from Councillor Calvert.
Now we're talking about the bus stop change that was approved by this council in December 23. Is that right?
Correct. So there is an approval to move or to shut the bus stop down at Trigham Street and Koori Road, yes.
Okay. And any idea what it's going to cost for the move?
No, I'm sorry, I have no idea.
That's all right. We'll ask officers. Thank you.
We'll take just one more question. When that was approved, and I do remember approving it, did they approve where it would move to, or was it just going to be removed at Trigham Street?
As far as I can tell amongst the publicised proposals, the replacement stop was going to be roughly, specifically 100 metres eastwards from the current stop at the Koori Park Pavilion area. So that places it around about 374 Koori Road, which is
I see.
halfway between the end of Koori Road and 338 stop.
So there's been a slight adjustment to what the replacement stop is, yeah.
Yeah, it's not where people have been told it's going to be. Correct.
Okay, thank you. We will be able to ask officers questions in due course as well, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, I'd like to welcome Bill McDonald. Thank you, Bill. You can sit at the table or be at the podium, whatever you prefer. Yeah. Do you have a presentation? No.
No,
good.
I'm old school.
Oh, good. Well, the floor is yours.
Kia koutou, councillors, and thank you, Councillor Free, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Bill McDonald, recently appointed as the General Manager of the Koori Business Association, and I represent basically 82 businesses across Koori, including 36 at Marsden Village. Marsden Village is more than a transit node on the number 2 bus route. It's a community hub, a place where people meet, access essential services and support local businesses. I'm here today to ask the committee to pause the permanent removal of car parks in Marsden Village until proper local impact assessments and alternatives have been considered. The key issues are the proposal removes 3 P30 car parks to extend a bus stop. No economic or social impact assessment has been conducted. Over 60 submissions were received to this particular regulation, many opposing the changes. And Marsden is a community destination, not just a transit node. Our main concerns are that Marsden has already lost car parking due to the cycle lane changes. The cumulative impact is real for those businesses. The proposal addresses a morning peak hour bus issue, yet the parking loss is permanent. It's 24/7, 365. There is no formal business case for articulated buses. I know I've asked in Wellington. No cost-benefit analysis, no local impact study. And while this is called consultation, many of our community feel the decision has already been made. So why does Marsden matter? Marsden Village is a unique, people-focused precinct. Residents rely on short-stay parking to access essential services from the cafe, pharmacies, dentists, shops and personal services, and the funeral home. As one business owner told me, our clients come and go for short appointments. Easy access is essential. Removing these spaces would seriously affect our ability to operate. This issue isn't new. Past assurances from GWRC and WCC were made that no car parks will be lost outside peak periods. Yet current proposal ignores those assurances and cumulative impacts and community feedback. Over 60 submissions were received, many opposing the changes. Despite this, council officers consider this a minor amendment and have not recommended any meaningful adjustments to the regulation. This feels less like consultation, more like informing us the decision has already been made. Bus design versus local design. Reviews of Corey connections in TR 11925 show a pattern of council decision-making relying on operational logic, technical standards and assumptions about network efficiency, largely ignoring community-focused, place-based impacts and outcomes. Quoting one of our business owners again, as a long-standing funeral provider, this change would disrupt our ability to carry out respectful and dignified services for grieving families. Marsden is a destination, not just a transit node. Treating it as such risks harming its local vitality and commercial viability. And I question whether articulate buses are even the right solution. They're only needed at peak hour, yet the impact is permanent. They require large turning zones and displace local assets. There's been no formal business case, no cost-benefit analysis, no impact assessment. And the analysis used has not presented any site-specific impacts on Marsden. Alternatives like frequency of standard buses, short-routing some peak services to stop at Wellington railway station, and time-based parking restrictions like clearways should also be trialled first. I respectfully ask the committee to defer permanent car park removal until alternatives are trialled, test peak-only solutions before making irreversible changes, commission a local impact study with businesses and residents, and engage directly with the community before the final decision is made. Marsden Village is a vital part of the Karori economy and identity. Let's ensure citywide transport improvements support and not undermine our local communities. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I've got 2 questions, one from Councillor Rogers and then Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, my question was, how many businesses are there currently in Marsden Village and how many private off-street car parks do you have?
There's 36 businesses. The only private off-street car parks is in the behind the village itself. I'm not sure the exact number.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Calvert.
What impact has it had on businesses since the cycleway went in there?
The reduction in car parking has just made it more difficult for people to attend where they are across Koori Road as well. You know, I've had a chat recently to an elderly resident who attends the doctor down Koori Road further and was have to park significantly further away than she normally would park to go to see her dentist.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are out of time, but thank you very much, Bill, for your presentation and for the information you've given us to think about. Thank you. Right, we're moving now to Dean, actually. Welcome.
Kia ora to committee. Thanks. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to address you on parking changes, specifically TT 4425 Cecil Road, Wilton. In your pack, the summary of these resolutions are on page 101, but it might be best to focus on our submission at page 178 and an annotated map that we submitted on page 108. The officer's analysis follows that. So Alan and I are residents of Salisbury Garden Court. That's a set of 16 houses built in the 1930s without direct road access. That's only accessed by a long path up from the corner of Cecil Road and Euston Road on the map. That access is shared with another 4 houses on Cecil Road, which similarly don't have street access. If you look at the map, Salisbury Garden Court is not actually shown, but the bottom access way on the corner of Cecil Road and Euston Road in the centre of the map is where the path up to those many houses are. In short, that means that parking is a real premium at this intersection and area. In terms of the resolution, we both support and oppose the resolutions. We have general support for the coordination of parking to ensure there is clear access way, and largely that's arisen because of parking that wasn't alternated on other sides of that of the road, narrowing the access through the centre. But most of the resolutions which consolidate parking and on one side with yellow lines on the other side will do most of the work. We're also very grateful that the proposed changes were amended to retain the 2 parks abutting the bottom of the path to our houses. They're especially precious for folk for loading, unloading, those without easy mobility. And the removal of those parks only arose after the first round of consultation. Hence, there was a large flurry of submissions made by residents asking that they be reconsidered, and we're grateful they have been retained. But the unresolved concern for us remains removal of 3 or 4 parks further up the road on the western side of Cecil Road. That's adjacent to about 151 Cecil Road, and they are the parks that I've marked on in purple on the map attached to my submission. That's at page 180. And given the premium on parking in this area, we ask that as many of those be retained as possible. To us, the reason for removing these parks has not been specifically addressed. Early diagrams were provided as part of the consultation tracking the fire truck access didn't seem to signal that those parks were a particular problem. This all seemed to be sufficient access way for emergency vehicles. You could also, if you want to look at the photographs that are attached to our submission on page, I think it's 181, you'll see that with cars parked on one side of the road, there seems to be generous access through and around the curve where the parks are taken off. And if the reason for taking away the parks is to provide passing bays, which we accept may be what's being addressed, removal of 3 or 4 parks seems to go further than are needed. So can I simply invite you to press officers hard on whether removal is actually needed, and if so, what is the minimum needed to adequately address the perceived problem? I can't take that further factually, but given the heavy and unavoidable demand for parking in this area, and none of the houses have the ability to construct off-street parking near their houses, we just ask that you press officers to see if a little more can be done to address our concerns. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? No, I think you have made your point quite clear, and we will check with officers as to some of the points you've raised. Thank you.
Grateful.
Now we're moving to. I'm just sorry, I have had someone cancel, so I'm just catching up with myself. Catherine Bagnall and Julian Bishop. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, you get 5 minutes. It will go by quite quickly, but we're all ears.
Yeah,
thank you.
We actually submitted twice. We should have really been given 10 minutes.
Well, we'll allow a little bit of leeway. We'll see.
Thank you. Well, kia ora koutou, councillors. Ko Julian Bishop, taku To begin with, it feels like our submission and attendance here this morning is possibly a waste of time. Correspondence received from council officials indicates that a decision in favour of the proposal for yellow no stopping lines has already been made. And if that is the case, there is simply no point in proceeding. So the first question, has a decision been made on this? You're open-minded about submissions? And
Yes.
great, thank you. Then we will carry on. Yellow no stopping lines is not a safety-related issue as claimed. Yellow no stopping lines will decrease traffic safety and pedestrian safety by encouraging vehicles to speed along the straight section of street. This is already a significant problem. The proposal will also limit the space for emergency vehicles to pass between parked cars and a bank. At present, emergency vehicles can use the extra width of a footpath if required. Claims by supporters of this proposal that emergency vehicles, including ambulances, have been blocked are not substantiated. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. Yellow no stopping lines are proposed for the widest part of the straight section of the street. Ironically, photos in our written submissions taken over a number of successive days shows that there are seldom vehicles parked in this area. The parking bottleneck actually occurs further down the street as the street narrows at the corner outside 11 and 13 Fortification Road. That's where the parking issue is. Our property entrance opens directly onto the street. We have already been nearly run into by speeding vehicles several times as we leave our property. Yellow no stopping lines will be interpreted by motorists as yellow speed up signs. In reality, this proposal has been instigated as a personal attack issued at us personally. We are the owners of a heritage listed house called the Britain House. Significant taonga in Wellington and perhaps nationally and even internationally. It's not your standard house. And yet we've been subjected to vitriolic attacks by a neighbour because we wouldn't agree to a 2-metre high fence. That neighbour has gone berserk and he has whipped up community hatred against us. He has lied to the police, spread falsehoods in the street, and it was him who instigated the request for action form which initiated this process. We know this because our neighbour told us, bragging to us in the street, that this would be an inconvenience to us. It's absolutely shocking. Our neighbour wants to punish us by making it more difficult for us to access our property. That neighbour monitors his own vehicle parked on the street with a CCTV camera. He has a sense of entitlement over a public car park. So if yellow lines are adopted, they should be accompanied by speed humps to slow down traffic, already a problem. And if the council adopt the proposal for no-stop yellow lines, then they should remove the heritage listing for our house, because we won't be able to maintain our property. We will not practically be able to get materials across the street to our house. There have not been no stopping signs in front of our house, in front of the property for 50 years. The only reason why there is a proposal now is because of a vexatious neighbour. Yellow lines will have an everlasting symbol, will be an everlasting symbol in the street of lies and deceit. We ask the council that the councillors show some common sense and not support this proposal.
Okay.
My wife.
Yeah. If you want to have a short.
So very shortly, if that's okay.
Yes.
I'd just like to back up everything Julian has said. There's only been a safety issue when our neighbour has deliberately parked his van so close to our car or trailer that no one could easily drive past. I have watched him do this on a number of occasions, and then he steps out of his car and documents it to make it look like we have parked just to block people. This neighbour has rung the traffic officer at least 15 times, no matter what side of the road our trailer has been parked on. No other trailer in the streets has been harassed like our trailer. This neighbour has threatened me in the street, literally threatened me. He threatened me at the disputes tribunal where we have spent 1.5 years over a fencing dispute, so that the security needed to be called. He's lied to the police multiple times, and he has informed us on the street that we would have yellow lines in front of our house because we would not say yes to his 2-metre high fence requirements. I'm not even a driver, but the non-stop yellow lines will affect me as a pedestrian from walking down this road where cars zoom, and I have literally nearly been hit by cars walking out of our garage or down our path onto the road. And thank you for your time and listening to us. We've had a couple of giant Burke's bins parked outside our heritage house. We've started to do work on the house. We think the house is a taonga and really important, and yellow non-stop lines in front of our house will be really detrimental to us being able to do the work on the house. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we've got a couple of questions. So Councillor Abdurrahman and then Councillor McNulty.
Just point of clarification, and are you speaking to any of the traffic resolutions here, or is this something,
yes,
which one is it you didn't mention?
Yes, I've worked it out.
Yeah, it's the proposal to install.
It's TR 115/25. Yeah, I've worked that out. Yeah.
Sorry about that. We haven't done this before.
Yeah, so that was one question, and okay.
Totally apologise.
Fortification
that's
Road.
okay.
Yeah,
we have
I
sorted.
don't know if anybody else has given submissions here on one today.
Not today, but we have. There is quite a bit in our bundle.
I'd just like to add one thing. This neighbour has also used a pseudonym. He's attacked my place of work, Massey University, with pseudonyms, posting vile stuff about me. We've been threatened via email with his use of pretend.
Okay.
And
So how many of the
we don't even know
26
if 6 are actually real people.
Okay.
When you read through them, there's a sense that they're not. And
Okay.
We don't know who. Sorry, but
Well, thank you very much for coming and presenting today.
Thank you for listening to us.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on. So we're moving to Amanda.
Marina, good morning, and apologies from Richard. My name's Amanda. I've lived on Queen's Drive. I'm talking about the TR 122/25 resolution. I've lived on Queen's Drive on its intersection with Tavistock Road and Fast Street for 30 years, and for 30 years I've been in contact with the council about concerns of Queen's Drive safety, which council had previously ignored. I've repeatedly been told that traffic calming measures such as speed humps would result in, ironically, traffic being diverted onto Freiburg Street, which is now closed, and Onupu Road, which takes less traffic for bus lanes and cycle lanes. So I'm grateful that there is an effort to improve the safety on this corner. I continue to live with the sounds of horns blaring, screeching brakes of the near misses, and the sound of the thuds of the crashes, and then the silence that follows. I'm tired of taking a deep breath before I go out to assess the damage. However, the plans for Queen's Drive do not go far enough. There are no new traffic calming measures planned for the long, narrow and undulating stretch of Queen's Drive between the proposed speed hump on near Tavistock Road and the one south of Crookshank Street. The recently raised pedestrian crossing outside Lower Bay School has done little to slow or change driver behaviour. They use it as a launching pad, really. Council officer feedback to one submission states that there are no recorded crashes in this area. I've given you a handout from Marianne O'Rourke, who was due to speak this morning but couldn't attend. This is a photograph of a traffic crash in an area that the council states there has been no crashes there is a policeman in attendance, if you can note that, please. The council response also states that there is no speed count data for this stretch of road, but then states that the data does not support installing additional speed humps, apparently based on zero data. Some children have no option but to cross Queen's Drive to get to Lyell Bay School. The initial TR32 proposal states that there have been 15 crashes in total from Lyell Parade to 72 Queen's Drive over the last 10 years, so it does not include the area north of the pedestrian crossing. 4 of these include the intersection that I live on. These are reported crashes only. There were 5 crashes alone in 1 2-month period at the end of 2022 on this intersection. The council should not be dismissive of near miss data. Industries such as airlines, transport, hospitals use these as a golden opportunity to analyse what needs fixing before something like a serious injury or a death in this case. And the proposal does not address the speed at the southern end of Queen's Drive, which is widen and straight and goes straight down to the beach. It has heavy pedestrian, bike and vehicle use. There are no traffic calming measures for this whole stretch of Queen's Drive. Drivers already speed here and are likely to accelerate away from the proposed speed hump at 102 Queen's Drive. It feels like a very piecemeal response. Council have previously stated that the average speed on Queen's Drive decreased between September 2023 and March 2024. It's based on individual data, on invalid data. The data was collected at 2 different points, the second being placed where cars were decelerating to turn into Tavistock Road and Fast Street or beginning to accelerate out. The initial consultation, TR3225, also acknowledges that more traffic is diverted to Queen's Drive following the installation of the Freiburg Street Safe Neighbourhood Trial, with an increase in reports of speeding and unsafe driving. This statement clearly links the Freiburg Street closure to the increased issues that Queen's Drive is facing. The current proposal completely ignores the increased traffic volume of up to 1,100 extra vehicles a day. Although no officers' responses to submissions state that this is a separate issue, the Freiburg Street closure has been a tipping point for exacerbating the dangerous issues that already have plagued Queen's Drive.
Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, I think you've made your case quite strongly, and I do know that people do speed there, so we will ask officers some questions.
We need
whether they.
There's speed humps really close to the pedestrian crossing in Childers Terrace. We've been told that we need further distance. It's 36.8 metres from the Childers Terrace crossing to the first speed hump, and then 56 point something. Just
to ask you a question, you are grateful that something is being proposed, but you think it's not.
I'm grateful for my corner. For 30 years I've been asking for my corner to be addressed. But you can't address just that. The whole street is an issue.
Okay, but you are keen to see what's on the table go ahead, but just that it may not be enough. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Right, we'll move on to Sarah Jenkin, who is online. Welcome, Sarah. And if you haven't presented to us before, you get 5 minutes, and if you'd like it to, that needs to include questions from us. It's over to you.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly to you all. I'm speaking with regard to the traffic resolution for Mana Street in Vogeltown. There have been several requests over the years to look at restricting parking in Mana Street, primarily because of concerns about accessibility for emergency vehicles. So I am very pleased to see this traffic resolution being considered today. I've lived in Mana Street since 2016. I do have off-street parking. I appreciate that this is not the case for all residents, and there is an important role for on-street parking. This does need to be balanced with ensuring vehicles traversing the street, including emergency vehicles, rubbish trucks and private vehicles, can navigate safely. And that's not always the case at present. I've regularly had issues with navigating the street and with parking, even when cars are parked legally, i.e. not up on the footpath to create more space on the roadway. My car was damaged by a rubbish truck as there was insufficient room for the truck to navigate at the peak of the street. I happened to be parked legally on the road in that instance. I've had to have a car towed because it was parked right across my driveway and I wasn't able to exit and I couldn't find the owner to ask them to move. And I've also repeatedly had to ask people to move their cars, either in person because I've been able to find them or by leaving them a note because they've parked over the access splays and they've parked sufficiently across them that it makes it very difficult for me to get in and out. I back into my driveway as this is the safest manoeuvre for then exiting. And that's because there's a hump on the footpath and my driveway drops away slightly. And that means I do need all of the wide splays, and that's what's often blocked by a car. Look, that's all I really wanted to say, was to give a little bit of a local flavour for this traffic resolution and to express my support. More than happy to answer any questions from councillors or officers or whomever.
Thank you. Do we have questions? It does seem fairly straightforward. It's quite a steep street, isn't it? How does that impact the desirability of taking out some of the, or putting in some more yellow lines as restrictions?
I don't think it's a function of the steepness of the street. I think it's a function of the width of the street. It's narrow and then it widens slightly at the brow, at the peak of the hill, and then it narrows again when you go down the other side. So it's really about the allocation of space within the road and whether there is enough space for cars parked on both sides to also enable emergency vehicles, other cars, rubbish trucks and the like to be able to navigate safely.
Okay, so you're very much in support of some further restrictions as proposed. Yeah,
very much so. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's your position is very clear, so that's helpful for us. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Right. So Robert, do we have Robert? Thank you, Robert. Welcome.
Thank you.
And you are speaking on one of the traffic resolutions. Do you mind just telling us which one?
Yes, the traffic resolution that I think it was Amanda was talking to before about Queen's Road, Queen's Drive and Tavistock Road.
Yes.
Legend has it that the only reason there is actually a stop sign at the bottom of Tavistock Road where it meets Queen's Drive is because about 50 years ago, a carload of Rongotai College students were hit by a truck and at least one died. And that took, so after that you put in the stop sign. The problem is that that corner has no sight lines. When you're coming down Tavistock Road, you can't see whether there is traffic coming from the right. And while the proposed changes might slow down that traffic coming from the right, the real problem is you still won't see it until it's actually coming and hitting you. And the simple answer to that is to put the stop sign on Queen's Drive. And that would actually solve Amanda's problem too, that all the traffic would have to slow down when they're coming along Queen's Drive. I did propose this to your officers, and their response was that the National Road Board's guidelines suggested that stop and give way signs should only be put on side roads. Now, guidelines and laws are all done for a reason, and normally it's for safety. So you have a dichotomy here that should you obey the rule that claims to be safety, or should you take the specific circumstance we have and say, actually, safety in this case
would dictate going against the guideline. And that's my theory. I actually think that putting a couple of yellow stop signs in on Queen's Drive would be a lot cheaper than they're not called speed humps, I don't know what you call them, you've got a fancy new word for them now, and dotted lines and all that sort of thing. So it'd be much cheaper, much quicker, and much safer.
Robert, thank you. I did want to ask you a quick question.
Yep.
So is your position quite similar to Sarah's in that she's supportive of what's being proposed but doesn't think it goes far enough?
No. I'm opposed to
You're
what's
opposed to it,
proposed
okay.
because it doesn't actually solve the problem.
Okay.
And I'd also suggest that, in actual fact, nobody has actually done a count of whether the cars are coming along Queen's Drive are actually going all along Queen's Drive to the beach, which is what it's claimed the road is for, or whether they're actually cutting up Tavistock Road to get through to Island Bay, because it's a standard way to get from Kilburnie to Island Bay is up through Tavistock Road.
Okay. And I think I see a question, thank you for that, and I think I see a question from Councillor Calvert.
It was about speed humps, but you addressed that just at the end, so that's good. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and one from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I've always had the impression also that if you're driving along a main road, then they don't normally have any stop signs or giveaway signs along that main road because people think of the side roads as being the ones that actually need to stop. So do you think that would actually raise confusion if we actually put those signs onto the Queen's Drive rather than Tavistock?
I don't think the general public is aware of that. No, they may find it an inconvenience, but as the previous submitter said, they speed along that road quite a lot anyway, so a little bit of inconvenience might be a good thing. No, I don't.
Actually have another question if you think you've answered that one from Councillor Abdurrahman.
So I also know that this area, it's a very big community centre on the Queen's Drive. I'm specifically talking about the mosque. So do you think making the speed limit itself, changing maybe into 30 kilometres an hour, would be one of the options that can be considered?
No, sorry. The whole idea of dropping the speed limits down to 30 kilometres per hour throughout the city I found a little bit pointless because that's the speed that traffic goes at.
Not through the city, just through on Queen's Drive.
The people who are going too fast are going too fast anyway. They're not going to obey a 30 kilometre speed limit any more than they're obeying a 50 kilometre speed limit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that submission. Right, we have come to the end of our submissions, and I think we will try and press through with one paper, which is the road closures, and then morning tea. So I have asked the Mayor to actually move this paper because we have got a pretty exciting program there. So over to you, Madam Mayor. Oh, of course.
Sorry.
Chance to ask questions. We do have some questions, don't we? Please, yes, thank you, Sean. Do we have questions before I invite the Mayor to move the paper? Okay. Sean, I do have a question, and it was just about the change of dates that we're aware of now with the Greek Festival. Is that likely to be?
We don't think that will have a material impact. What we will do is we'll go out onto our website and re-advertise that to the members of the public. Of note is that the Greek Festival received no objections, but also to provide further comfort to members of the committee, a traffic management plan will be required for each of these events. That also requires advance notice as well. But to answer your question, no, we don't think that would have any material impact.
So in terms of what we're approving today, can we approve it provisional on it being re-advertised with no negative responses? Or
we believe that will be fine, yes.
Yes, we might work on some wording to that effect. Is there any other questions? No. Did you receive, I'll just ask, just just to confirm that you haven't really received any negative feedback at all.
Well, all the feedback we received, and as members of the committee will be aware, we've been trying to engage more with the community to get feedback regarding these events, but every piece of feedback we've received has been in support of these closures, so no objections at all.
Okay. And are there any other questions? No? Thank you very much, Sean, and also to Maria. Thank you. Okay, so do we want to just make a note about we'll either have to take out the one about the Greek festival or just maybe amend it to say, okay, fine.
Kia ora koutou, very happy to move this paper. It's actually always one of my favourite papers that comes to this committee, because I really feel our local events, especially like Cuba Duper, give our city its vibe, gets the city thriving, and is actually much more important to us than international events. It's what gives our city its soul, so to speak. So, look, huge support. So thank the officers for the work. Thank you to the submitters, and thank you to the organisers of all these events. They are just incredible, and let's support the paper.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Calvert. Do you need to speak?
I just concur with everything that the Mayor said.
Do we have anyone else wishing to speak?
Well, I'm wondering if we have to amend something on this because the date's wrong.
Yes,
so
that's right.
Can we just take morning tea?
Yes,
and then
we'll
just
take morning
get
tea
this
and we'll come back.
fixed,
That's a good idea.
And with leave of the meeting, update that one.
That's a very good idea. We'll just take an adjournment, which will cover off morning tea. We'll get some wording which satisfies our legal obligations.
Since I'm technically speaking, I'm just going to pull out the events very quickly that we're closing roads for. Round the Bays, Kandala Fair, Newtown Ave, Bluckfest ×6, Panayeti Food Festival, Cuba Duper, Shelley Bay Seal Sprint, Alexandra Road Hill Climb, West Indies Test Match, White Ferns vs South Africa ODI, Super Smash, Fringe Takeover and Parking Day. So who says Wellington's dead?
Lovely. And we'll come back. We will come back at 10 to. We'll make it a fairly quick break. So we'll be back at 10 to 11, just time for a comfort stop and a cup of tea. And
how are you?
Yes. So just, we have got quorum, so we'll get started. So just to say that with the leave of the meeting, but it does have to be unanimous, we can just insert a clause in point 5 that just notes the change of date, that we are actually approving it subject to no objections being received. Obviously, if there are objections, then it will need to come back, but I'm reasonably confident, given the history of these type of things, that there won't be. Well, we'll have to see, won't we? But are there any objections from this committee to making those changes? Okay, so we do have the leave of the meeting. So we've now had it moved, seconded. Is there any further debate? We've had one debate. Does anyone else want to say anything? No? Right of reply? No? We'll go to the vote. Anyone want to take anything separately? No? Lovely. Ray, would you like to? And that is unanimous. Okay, we'll now move to the traffic resolutions. Now I invite Kate Gordy and Soontek Kong to introduce this report.
Kia ora, good morning. My name's Kate, and I have Sun with me and also Jocelyn as well here to answer some questions on a few of the TRs. Today we have for you as part of this paper is 15 traffic resolutions recommended for approval as part of this paper. We've been out for consultation on all of these papers and all of these reports, and a few of them have been slightly amended post-consultation due to feedback we've received. So we've made some slight alterations to those, which are included in this paper as well. These traffic resolutions range from safety improvements to time restriction changes, to pick up and drop off areas, mobility parking, and bus stop formalisations and no stopping lines. We're open to any questions that you have today.
Councillor Rogers and then Councillor Abdurrahman.
Yeah, my question was relating to Fortification Road because there was a request of action form. I was just wondering, what process do we go through to verify the signatures on that form? Do we use something like the electoral roll or anything like that?
No, we don't use anything like that. It's they provide their addresses and we can look off that in terms of where they are located on the street or where they live.
So do we do anything to confirm that they're a natural person?
No, we don't have a process for that, no.
Okay.
That up, thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you for Geordie. You made my life easy asking the first question. The second one is regards to the Queen's Drive. What else can be done? We have heard what the public was saying, and what else can be done? They are saying there's too little and a bit too late as well, but so what can be done?
Councillor, what we have done is actually add 2 more speed humps further north, near where the mosque is. That's part of the purpose to reduce speed at the start. Now, in the middle section, we are continuing to do speed survey, but that doesn't show there's a speeding issue. In terms of the proposed changes at the 2 intersections, I think one of the submitters proposed to stop control on Queen's Drive. We have considered that, but looking at when you put in a stop limit line, at the limit line, the drivers must be able to see traffic coming from the side road because the intersection is currently staggered. You can only see one part of the road, but not the other section. So that is not practical to put a stop on Queen's Drive because of the nature of the intersection. It's not a cross intersection, but staggered. So.
A follow-up question is, do you think the road closure on one of the nearby streets is contributing to the traffic flow congestion in that street, because from the information that I have, currently it's about 4,500 to 5,000 cars every day. About one third, at least 1,200 of them used to go through the nearby street, which is closed temporarily, but for 2.5 years, I don't even know if there is just,
my reply to that, definitely the closure of Freiburg Street as a trial has diverted traffic onto Queen's Drive, and as a result, I think that trial needs to present to the committee the studies of what the trial has achieved in terms of safety for schools or the impact on the wider traffic network. So I agree that,
Is that even legal, Madam Chair, to close roads temporarily for 2.5 years continuously?
I will address that, and I can address that when I speak to it. Thank you. Is that the end of your question? Yeah. So I've got Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, so looking at Fortification Road, firstly, it seems like there's quite a easy solution here, which is the yellow lines could just be extending the existing yellow lines on the opposite side of the road. There's probably only about 2 metres of that of crossover where you want to double yellow line effectively both sides of the road. So is that an option? Because that seems like that then gives you still the street widening, and then it addresses some of the issues that were raised this morning. And now it looks like we've waded into an episode of Neighbours at War here, but it just feels like that still gives you the street widening, it still gives you the safety, but it also diffuses some of the issues.
I guess the main purpose of where we've proposed to install the braking lines is, on the embankment side where there's this slight curve, and especially where the curve and the bend as you come around, and if there's a vehicle parked there, it's very hard to see. We also prefer to have the braking lines on for safety reasons on the on the embankment side to retain parking on the footpath side as where as possible. That allows easier access and things to the footpath. So that's our preference would be to have it for safety reasons on the embankment side.
Okay, that makes sense. And then Cecil Road, obviously it's a pretty extensive TR in terms of scope of the yellow lines coming through. In residents there, we've managed to find some ability to accommodate more parking, but is there really no other parts, even if it was just to find another 2 or 3 parks along the entirety of that road that we could, find something there just to, again, try and get that balance?
Yeah, we've definitely looked into, we've tried to retain parking as much as we can. I know that one of the speakers that came in this morning did mention there's areas that we've put in for kind of passing bay areas. Those kind of areas were required just because there's such a long stretch of broken lines and no driveways and things for people to pull over to let other vehicles through. So it's all been very much looked into, and we've done a few rounds of pre-consultation as well prior to this, and most residents were pretty happy with what we're proposing, and we've also amended it to retain 2 parking spaces outside Salisbury Court as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Chung. Councillor Duran, I'll put you back on.
Great, thanks. My inquiry is about TR 11925, the Karori Road and Tringham intersection. Now, I went up...
It's a different paper.
A separate paper. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
There's a separate paper coming after.
Oh, okay, great, thanks. Yep.
Did you... okay, so we'll move to Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Just with the... was it Fortification Road? Yeah. There was a question about submitters, about, we don't check the pseudonyms, but are we aware where they actually live for the submitters? Do we know are they all living on that road? Or?
Yeah, they indicated their addresses, and from what we can see, yes, they have indicated that they live on that street.
Okay, and there's different addresses, is it?
Yes, there'll be a few that are maybe multiple people from the same address, but yes.
Okay, sorry. And now this is very similar to the issues we had in Wadestown on Hanover Street in some respects. So one of the things there we looked at, I think it was if a road was wider than 6.5, and I think in here it said 6.9. you could have parking on either side. So just want to, and I also want to get some advice, because I have gone back to Paul, but how long should a stretch of road be before we consider a passing bay? Is there any guidelines around that?
Councillor, the passing bay is more when both opposing traffic can see each other, so the distance could be, if it's a straight road, you may not need a passing bay, it may be at the end, but it's on the bend, you want to be able to see opposing traffic before you end up on the wrong side of the road. So it all depends on the forward sight lines that we...
And is there a set length for a passing bay? Or when you decide to put yellow lines on so that there is room for, a car to overtake parked cars. Is there a set
Typically, we try to get enough room for cars to pull in, stay for the other vehicle to pass and out. It's about 15 meters.
15?
15.
15.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's for one vehicle to sit.
And I just wanted to add as well, and also depends on if there's a lot of driveways as well, because that can act as a passing area as well.
Okay, that's good. And I've got questions about Queen's Drive, but I can go on to the list.
Okay. I have a question about Queen's Drive. So the first submitter was keen to see something done, and I understand we'll be monitoring the effectiveness of, I'm asking, is that the plan, to put this in and to monitor whether that drops speeds or how it's received?
Yes, we would be monitoring after it was installed, yes, to see how successful and how it's going.
Okay, and the next question would be, there was a suggestion it hasn't gone far enough. If there's still a desire to do some more work, is that possible? Like more speed humps further down?
So actually, after the first round of the communication with the residents, so we have already included this suggestion in the design, and we're going to provide additional 2 speed humps, which is located in front of the Curtis crossing, between the crossing with Queen's Drive and Crookshank Street, and also another one approach to the intersection between Queen's Drive and Court Streets. So in total, we're going to introduce 4 speed humps.
Okay.
It's to the north of Queen's Drive, towards the shops. And
it certainly is a drive where people speed. The other question is just about when we would review it, and that might be more a question for Liam and his team, but it has been Claire, it has actually been in place for a wee while, and I know we've been reserving judgment on it to this point, but can you just give us a bit of clarity?
Yeah, for sure. So the reason it's been in so long is that we've been waiting to action the key feedback that came from the trial, which was the impacts on Queen's Drive. So this traffic resolution is partly as a response to that feedback, and we want to do 1 more year of monitoring. We've monitored 3 years in a row now. We're seeing good speed reductions on all 3 streets, but we hear the feedback about the Queen's Drive issues still. So if we can get this in by the end of the year, our goal is to monitor again in March next year and then put the trial out for consultation in something like April, so that we can get that formal feedback on the trial and decide whether to TR it or to remove it. But we wanted to take action on the feedback first, which the results are really good from it, and there's support, but there's concerns about Queen's Drive, and that's what we're trying to action here.
Okay, thank you. And around Fortification Road, so swapping to a different TR, the submitters gave us the impression that they would be very much inconvenienced because they didn't have anywhere to put like a skip bin. I'm just asking, what sort of off-street parking do they have, if any?
Yeah, so they have a double garage there, and we're also not proposing broken yellow lines over their garage either. There's a gap that's on the plan as well.
Okay, so presumably they do have some off-street access.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Those are my questions. And Councillor Abdurrahman, did you still want to go back on? Okay, your turn.
2 questions. The first one is the Queen's Drive one. One of our submitters said she has been asking for almost 30 years. And the report here says, after the feedback from the community, if a community member has been raising for 30 years, and what makes it this time to have more value? Is that a lot of people just complaining about it? And I just want to understand that perspective. And also, it's connected to, it seems this traffic resolution is connected to the closure of the other side, the road. Is that right? If you can confirm that first.
I probably can just answer about the other improvements for safety we have made on this road already, which is back in 2023. There was a crossing was raised up outside the 72 Queen's Drive already, and that the purpose of that one is also to slow down the traffic, provide protections for crossing for the pedestrian as well, and that's part of the safety improvements on that street happening recently.
Councillor, just to add to the replies that now 30 years ago, we would have also checked whether there's a safety issue or there's a crash history or volume of traffic. But recently, I think with the Freiburg Street closures, we have noticed that there's a big increase in traffic volume, and as a result, the safety risk goes up with now traffic volume increase. So as a result, we realize that those improvements that we are proposing now is needed to mitigate that until after the Freiburg Street trial is reviewed again.
Okay.
I got just follow up. So the submitter just provided this to us, and the report says no accident previously happened, but this is one of the evidence for it. It seems a bit of information missing, but generally, how much is the 19 traffic resolution that you put here going to cost, the total cost?
So the cost of the Queen's Drive, so
Can only speak on the Queen's Drive.
Yeah, sorry, I can only talk about the Queen's Drive. I only have the cost estimation for that one. For the Queen's Drive, the total cost estimation is about 221,000, including the design cost and the construction.
Okay.
Councillor, your other part of your question refers to?
I mean, how much is the 19 of them here? How much it's costing?
Oh, 19, including the road markings and.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
we don't
have that.
Fair
Sorry.
Okay. Moving on to Councillor Chung, and then I've got Councillor McNulty, Councillor Calvert, and I've actually got another one as well.
Okay, this is relating to a submitted this morning, but it's also a general question. When we mark a road with broken yellow lines so that there's no stopping there, what do we do when they want to actually put a bin there, a Burke's bin there to do renovations and put rubbish into that? Is it permitted to actually have a bin there, or do they actually have to put a bin away from where the yellow lines are and then wheelbarrow their things down to it? What happens if they want to put it on half of the footpath or something? Does that come under the footpath rule that we don't want cars parked on the footpath rule? So what does that actually fall under?
So when we receive an application for a skip bin, normally we would say you cannot occupy the footpath because that's for pedestrian safety. But if the frontage of the house has yellow lines right across the frontage, we try to encourage them to put it on site. But if that is not possible because the house is on the top, then what we do is get them to do a traffic management plan, which requires cones so that drivers coming around the corner will see there's an obstruction and cones to divert them away from the yellow lines. Yeah. So we have to look at case by case to find out what could help the customer plus not impose a safety risk to the public.
Great, thank you. That's interesting. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I'm looking to potentially do something in the amended substantive around Fortification Road. Where I'm feeling is that actually I want some councillor guidance to go out on that street and give a feeling. That's where I feel there's a missing link here. So I've sort of drafted something here that would be agree not to implement that traffic resolution at this stage, have officers work with Motu Kairangi councillors post-election to engage with residents and to provide feedback to the regulatory processes or relevant committee. Is that something that could be accommodated?
I think we might.
From our perspective, we've done a few options, and we have engaged quite a lot with the residents, and we have heard their voices. So from our opinion, this is what we see as the best solution for safety reasons. We don't think that further engagement will probably come to necessarily a resolution, and so it might not be the best way forward from our point of view.
Might need to do.
Okay.
Could I get you, sorry, Sarah, could you get someone else to move the paper? Because I think I'll raise an amendment.
That's cool. Councillor Calvert.
Just getting back to the Queen's Drive, and there's a mention of the Freiburg changes, which was 2.5 years ago. I mean, how long does a trial have to be a trial for?
Yep, I can look to that. The trial was originally going to be a year, and then when we heard this feedback about Queen's Drive, we wanted to be able to take action on it so that we could monitor. So the results of the trial so far are showing that it's achieving what it set out to do, but it is having because we've got rid of volumes on Freiburg by 62%, some of that is shifted to Queen's Drive. And in the first year, that was 30%. In the second year, it was down to 18%. And we think once we do these changes, the volumes may come down even further. And so because the trial is showing to be meeting its objectives, if we can manage these concerns on Queen's Drive, we think you might want to make a different decision about keeping it or retaining it, getting rid of it. So we just wanted to make sure it had enough time. The school is having a very positive experience of it, and it's achieving its outcomes, but we wanted to be able to manage those, I guess, side consequences of it before a final decision is made, and that's been waiting for this.
Yeah, but it was meant to be for a year. It's now 2.5 years later. You're coming to us with this. Why wasn't the opportunity given to elected members to decide whether to ask you to go away and do some more work on associated relevant streets, or to make a decision then? Why hasn't it come back to us for us to determine at the time that you said you were originally coming back to us?
Yeah. We requested for an extension of the TMP so that we had time to respond to the community feedback, and that was our it could have come back to you for a decision on extending it to do that, but it was sitting under a TMP which is delegated to the Chief Infrastructure Officer, so that's where we applied for the extension.
Right, so it didn't come back to us to give you an extra amount of time?
No, because it wasn't a TR, it's sitting under a TMP.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, so it's a different level of delegation. Temporary TMPs, they allow us to extend and continue the trial. I think Claire's been very helpful in explaining why we've given ourselves this time to respond to the feedback. Trials aren't time-bound necessarily, but for bedding them down in our road network, it does sometimes take time. And I think that's the key point for a TMP process.
So, I just want to follow up on this because this is really important. If we make a decision as the governors and we say we will allow a year's trial, and then to find out that somebody else has made another decision to extend that, what we haven't, with the visibility, I'm concerned, about that from a governance perspective.
I would just say, from memory, I'd need to double check, but when we brought the Freiburg trial to you, it wasn't actually for a decision to approve. It was just a noting that it was going ahead. And it was just a noting because the delegation for the decision did actually sit with Brad Singh. So there wasn't a decision at council made to implement this. It just noted that it would be implemented.
Thank you. I'm going to actually ask a question about it because having been a councillor there for 12 years, I know how Queen's Drive was already dangerous. Would these calming measures be of use anyway? Because I'm feeling like at least we are actually getting something on Queen's Drive.
What we're hearing from the community on Queen's Drive is this is something they've wanted for a long time. They feel it more strongly now. My opinion is it's a good thing to do for this community. I think it may also make people make different route choices about the streets, and that we may see some of the traffic shift to Onipu, which is what we saw after the KFC corner was completed. So I think the story of what's happening in the Kilburnie network isn't finished until we complete this work, and then that's when we should be monitoring it and making a decision.
Okay, I don't want to spend too much longer on questions, but I will allow one more from Councillor Abdurrahman. I think I saw Councillor Calvert hand up too, but can it just be one question?
So, Madam Chair, probably you can respond to this one because as a chair, you need to make sure the community's concerns raised and proper process followed. And for the fact that currently we have on Hātepe Road, actually, it's for a good reason. We have speed bumps and there is also a cycle lane, which means there are more cars also going on the other side, which is putting more pressure on Queen's Drive on top of the road closure on one of the streets that I already mentioned. So I think the report needs to be adequate and there needs to be more clarity. And as the chair also, you need to follow up with those things. And I think I'm just asking for you how you're going to assure this committee those processes are followed.
This is questions to officers, actually, Councillor Abdurrahman. So do you have a question for the officers?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, if I can help the councillor. You just heard Claire say she'll check on how that TMP was introduced to council. As I said before, it's a different process, and it's under delegation of an executive, I think the CIO. So in this particular instance, it's an old project we started some time ago. It was community kind of supported, and we put it in place as a trial under a TMP, but Claire's going to come back and confirm that, in fact, the instruction we gave to council was just a noting, not an approval.
Okay, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, so if we reverse the Freiburg temporary changes, would that impact on the solution around Queen's Drive?
I think, as highlighted, I think Queen's Drive will still require those speed calming because the intersection that we're proposing, the speed humps, is on the bend, and there are crashes that we have record on. That's why the side roads are actually on the stop, because that gives people the alertness to say stop and check the sight line before you move on. So that intersection where we are proposing the speed humps, therefore local improvements.
And can I just because we haven't had advice yet from officers, with the recent High Court case about speed bumps or humps or whatever you want to call them, what impact does that have, if anything?
I think the impact is, I think the court case is basically wanting council officers to ensure that whatever we put in, like speed humps or raised platform, that there's not unduly affecting traffic. So what we have to do is we do after a post-construction study to ensure that the same volume of traffic is still going through, that we're not diverting more traffic, and the speed has dropped, which is a safety objective.
So you think we'll be in line with the recent High Court decision?
So we are able to drop the speed because of speed hump, but not unduly affecting or causing traffic to.
Did you want to say something too?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, it's a good question, Councillor. We've had some advice this morning from the legal team in terms of what they're looking at from the case, and they have said that the key thing is whether consideration's been given to whether the speed humps unduly impede vehicle traffic entering or using the road. That's kind of what the main consideration is. The word unduly, they're saying, is important. We're permitted to put facilities that slow traffic for the safety of the public, but would need to ensure that traffic is not slowed more than necessary to achieve the level of safety, or that the humps in some other way prevent traffic from being able to enter the road or travel on it. That's the consideration that we'll need to consider going forward. Well, I'm not sure because that came out yesterday, so I'd have to go back to the team to see if, Does
that mean then that perhaps we should put this one on hold if we're still waiting for legal advice on whether we've considered the latest court?
Actually, we could. I'm not sure, sorry.
Because you're just saying we just had legal advice, so we don't know how it's impacted on this decision. So we would be better just to pause this and let you get the legal advice interpretation on this one.
I don't think so.
Well, through you, Chair, I think ideally the papers should start to consider this now going forward. It's just the timing has been that.
I know, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the paper was written before that. But since this case has come out, and we can't, and understandably, you need time to understand that, whether it would probably be better to lay this one on the table until you've had time to do that with enough time.
So through you, Chair, I defer to the officers on this in terms of what the timing is of this particular decision needed. Unless if a decision's needed now, then we may proceed with your advice. But if it's not, we possibly could defer it.
So the current timeline for this project is that we are expecting to continue with the detailed design and expect to start the construction in November and December this year, and so that we can have enough time to do the monitoring and evaluation following the post-construction, and that information is quite important to feed into the Fairburns trial as well.
It might be something we could ask them to look at anyway.
I'd just say this, Madam Chair. I mean, if we jumped in the direction of any judicial review passed in New Zealand and stopped everything, we wouldn't get a lot achieved. So that would be my advice. This is just fresh news that we've been provided by the legal team, and we've got a number of requests from councillors to look into this judicial review in another part of the country, in Auckland, in a different road environment. So we've got to be really clear that this is or is not a precedent. I don't believe that's necessary to put a hold on all of our traffic calming activities in the city.
Right. Thank you for your questions, everybody. I do think we should move on to actually debating this paper. So,
Madam Chair, councillors.
Thank you very much. So I will move the paper because I believe that Councillor McNulty is likely to be bringing an amendment in relation to Fortification Road. So this is our bread and butter. So by the way, I actually went through some of our minutes over the last triennium just to acknowledge the amount of work that this committee has done, and I'd like to thank everybody around the table because we have done an incredible amount of work. So we have had, since we were elected and appointed to this committee, I do want to also acknowledge Holden and somebody else, Tam, who was on the committee. They were both on the committee in the beginning, and then since that time we've had Geordie and Ray. So thank you to everyone who's been involved. But we've had 31 meetings over 35 days. Some of our meetings have gone over more than one day. We've had 595 submitters, 140 hours of sitting at this table, and many, many more hours of workshops and, discussions and, officer advice. We have approved, I think I'm right, 589 traffic resolutions, and they have covered everything from the sort of things that we're dealing with here through to, whole cycleway programs. So we've also, in terms of that, we've approved the Wadestown connections, the Nio connections, the Aro Valley cycleways, the Wadestown residents parking scheme, the Newtown Berrinpore parking scheme, the permanent solutions for Island Bay and for Brooklyn. We've also approved the Newtown to Berrinpore connection. We have approved the traffic resolutions for the Adelaide Road and Kenton Cambridge Terrace cycleway, some of the Kilburnie connections, the Thorndon connections and Thorndon Quay. And we've also Karori, and also the Freiburg Street trial. So that's a huge amount of work, and that's not even mentioning the other stuff about the road closures, the leases, the naming, the street naming, the development contributions. There's just been a very full agenda for us, and I think we've actually done incredibly good work on the whole. It's not been perfect. We've had to revisit a few things, and that's as it should be. But, that's the good thing about what we do. None of it's really set in concrete. Well, some of it is, but not too much. And but I don't think, I really do think that we've done an enormous amount of very good work. I'm extremely proud of what we've managed to achieve. I'd like to thank the staff. But I'll say a bit more about that later. But there's been some, our roading teams, our Vida's team. There's just been an incredible amount of work done. Metlink and their teams, there's been an incredible amount of support that we've had and advice to get to where we've got to. So having said all of that, this is our very last lot of traffic resolutions, and I'm very happy to move them. I had a few qualms about Fortification Road, but having talked to the officers, the couple that came in actually do have a double garage. So they're not completely devoid of off-street parking. And it is a very narrow road and there will be pressures, but I am actually comforted that the officers have had genuine submitters that want the road made safer for emergency vehicles. And a lot of these traffic resolutions are actually about making it safer for emergency vehicles, and that is a responsibility we need to take quite seriously. So I probably won't be supporting the foreshadowed amendment, which I know will be coming, because I'm... Oh, okay, all right, well, we'll see what it does. The changes on Queen's Drive are really ask you to support the ones that are on the table. That road, I know somebody died when I was an early councillor, and back in about 2013, a young boy of about 13 was hit by a car and died on that road because it's there's a lot of curves, it's very narrow, it goes up a hill and then down a hill, and people speed. So for a long time, people have been asking for some traffic calming on that. And if this is the way that it's going to happen, I really wouldn't want to stand in the way of that happening. I think it's a little bit independent of what happens with the Freiburg Street trial, in that even if that were to be taken out, these changes on Queen's Drive would be really important. And I know, Councillor Abdurrahman, you raised the issue of a lot of people going to the mosque. There's also a lot of people crossing, school children going to school. So this is really important that we do whatever we can to make that safer. And I'll leave it there because I don't have strong feelings about any of the others. Do I have a seconder? Yes, thank you. Pawiwi Kelly, do you want to speak? No? Reserve your right. Is there any other?
So I'll move my amendment
Yeah.
quickly. Look, I've emailed it around, so it's just a real simple premise of this is a neighbours at war situation, and I just feel like, actually looking around the table, these are probably some of the most active councillors that actually engage in our communities and know that we go out there. And I think there is just a role to be played here by one of our elected members, going out and talking to a few people on the street and giving us a feeling. That is the job of a city councillor, is to be that bridge between operational and the community. So all I've said is, in respect of Fortification Road, agree not to implement the traffic resolution at this stage, have officers work with Motu Kairangi councillors post-election to engage with residents, and bring the paper to a subsequent meeting of the Regulatory Processes Committee. So not stop it, not put it off. I just personally, where I am with that situation, would like to get someone who's just had a few chats. That is the very one thing we can do that is unique to the role of a councillor. So, you know, whoever's at the table there. So that's all I'm asking. Some people might think they're short and they're fine to go ahead, and that's all right. This is just where I'm sitting comfortably. So that's what the amendment asks. It's basically just, hey, post-election, go approach the 3 new Motu Kairangi councillors, say one of you go up to Fortification Road, have a chat with, and then get a vibe for it. And there may be no easy solution here. I'm guessing there's not, but sometimes you can be amazed by just what having someone knock up on the door and have a few conversations can. If it's not quite the council, but a councillor, and I think everyone here has probably had first-hand experience of doing that at some point, of being able to unglue something by the ability of the role that they hold. So that's what I'm putting forward, but, you know, it'll go where it goes.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
The Calvert first, so.
Okay. Do you want to speak?
Look, I support this. We did something similar with Wadestown, and we actually all went and had a look, and we were able to make some changes. So still, in general, it went ahead, but I think it was quite good being on site. And there's nothing like being on site to sort of check these things out. And I think because of the submissions that we've had, that I think it's a wise suggestion for this to come through, because I've seen the benefit in Wadestown, and I think, again, a similar thing could potentially happen here.
Okay, thank you. Any debate on the amendment? Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, I thought I might just speak now, since most of my concerns about the traffic resolutions relate to this one. I think it was somewhat surprising that a request for action doesn't really have any sort of verification that people are natural persons when they're making a request for action, so we don't know if they're actually existing. So I'm quite happy for someone just to go out there and see if they can find, the John or Bob or whoever it is. The other thing I was just going to provide some clarity on, so I don't have to speak to the substantive as well, is just around the only place I could find officers saying that there were no crashes on Queen's Drive was actually in relation to specifically crashes involving pedestrians. And so I did look at the crash analytics system, and there were no crashes involving pedestrians logged there. So the statement that they made was factual there.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this amendment? Councillor Kelly, Pauiwi Kelly.
You always do that.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to speak to this. It was interesting to hear the submitter. My feeling is more that this is a civil matter, that it's an issue with neighbours, which is really unfortunate. And we have heard from the officers that they've done their due diligence. They don't believe that there's anything more that could happen. And I'm quite happy with what they've said, particularly given that it's about safety. Having said that, I'm not going to die in a ditch over this. If you want to, it's let it lie on the table for today. But I do. It's like more the message that we're sending to our officers when we know that they have done the mahi, to make sure that everything is how it is. And it was helpful that Diane did ask the question about the pseudium. How do you say that word? Yeah. Whether they were dodgy or not. And so that was helpful, and that's kind of where I've landed with this. That this is more a civil matter where there's a dispute with neighbours, and I do think that's really unfortunate because you've got to live there. But yeah, I don't support the recommendation. I think that enough mahi's been done, and that we should go ahead with the officer's advice.
Anyone else? Councillor Chung.
In general, I always support any engagement with residents, and to go back and actually talk to them, because I find that a lot of the times when traffic resolutions come up, a lot of people don't actually know about them. Yes, we advertise them, we promote them, but a lot of people don't know about them until they're actually engaged directly with them. And so absolutely always support this. But I'm wondering on this one, similar to Liz here, is that whether this is a personal issue between two different parties, and how do we actually resolve those things? And we come across these all the time, and we find ourselves veering one way or the other to actually look at, do we actually take sides with one party or the other? But I think that when we look at these situations, we have to look at what the greater good is for everyone in having these traffic resolutions. So, and I do tend to put more weight on emergency vehicles and people having access to different places. And we have so many sort of windy, narrow streets in Wellington that it is very, very important. And yes, I understand that when you actually make these changes, you are enforcing changes onto people who have previously had spaces to park their cars, trailers, and Burke's bins and things. But we are always looking at the greater good and what the benefit is for everyone. So I'm not sure in this case whether we should actually go back and say, yes, we want to have more engagement with people. We want to actually understand what everyone thinks, because would this actually take us any closer to a resolution? I'm just not sure. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Maybe right of reply, Councillor.
Yeah, look, I'm loath to spend too much time on this because, as Liz said, it is small, and we have a big day. And look, I guess usually I would not, when TRs, if I don't think something's right, I'll just vote against and move on. On this one, it just feels a little bit in my gut that just a bit more could be done here. Certainly no complaint or reflection on officers' work. And I suppose for the key here is this is directing councillors, not, staff, predominantly, because this is the kind of thing, if it was in my ward, I'd go, hey, Tony, what did the residents on X Street say? Oh, you spoke, that is just that intrinsic value that's hard to quantify. So yeah, look, I don't take commending TRs lightly. It's not something I would do out of habit. I'm just on this one feel that it's probably the right thing to do, but let's not say anything more.
All right, okay, we'll go to a vote, thank you. So we're just voting on the amendment here. And then we'll go back to the substantive. Okay. And that has passed. Alrighty, so we'll go back now to the substantive. Is there a great, remembering how many papers we got? Can we please keep debate short and to the point? Yes, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah. Look, you had me, and well, I wasn't going to say much until you started talking about the wonderful work on Thorndon Connections and Karori Road.
Oh no, I just said we did it. I didn't pass judgment.
It was about your achievements. And so from my perspective, the achievements were about not listening to the local communities and actually not thinking about the broader impacts, especially around, for Thorndon Key, about businesses.
But can I please just remind you that we're talking about this paper?
Councillor Free, I am talking about this paper.
Okay, good.
Okay, because you mentioned it in the debate. So I'm addressing part of that. And you do this to me all the time, interrupt. So, look, now you've interrupted my flow. But anyway, I'll go back to Thorndon Key with the businesses and taking businesses into consideration, and also Karori Road. People outside of the area are making decisions about what happens to that area. And now we've got Queen's Drive. You yourself mentioned the concerns you've had since 2013, and yet what happens? No changes to Queen's Drive, first up. It's changes to Freiburg Street. And now we are getting changes to Queen's Drive 12 years later. And we don't know the impact of what Freiburg is having on this. So I'm not going to support Queen's Drive. I don't think there's been enough work. I think we adjust. Maybe on the Queen's Drive it might be okay, but given that this is related to Freiburg Street, not because of Queen's Drive itself, and we haven't resolved that, officers have taken a decision upon themselves to extend a trial which was indicated to be 1 year to 2.5 years, and it's still going. I mean, how long is a trial? So I'm not going to support it, that particular one, because of the process around it. Thank you.
Next up is Puiwi Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I am going to support the recommendations here, but I just wanted to make a point that was raised just by Councillor Colvert about how decisions here at this table are made by people who don't live in that area, who don't know the area, and I just wanted to make it clear. That's why I take it really seriously what the officer's recommendation is because they go and do that mahi for me so that I know that they've asked all the questions and all the rest of it. I hear what you're saying, though, that, you have... councillors might have more of an intimate view of some of the decisions that are made, but I just wanted to say that that's the whole point of us having our kaimahi and our officers do this work, and I appreciate the work they do and the recommendations they put forward, and that's why most of the time I support them.
Thank you. Next up, I think it's maybe nobody. Do we need any more debate? Councillor Abdurrahman.
I just want to register my actually dissatisfaction regards to the Freiburg again. I've been receiving an email over the last a year and a half from different people, and I tried to address to some of the local councillors, but I think it's really a learning lesson for me to some extent. In Island Bay, where the community been fighting for the last 5 years about rerouting a bus that is just stopping on one of the smallest street where it's serving about only 42 people. It took us so long, but the power dynamics of local government is fascinating. Officers, it's not there, but that's the power they have. They can block a street, the whole street. That is just one of the main for 2.5 years, with again the intention to continue for another year, with just putting some of the proposal here is just really just interesting. And it also shows sometimes we're not asking the hard questions. If you go and ask communities around Lal Bay, this has become a bit of a divisive issue, and we know it very well, and we are not addressing it in a proper way. And the traffic resolution that we passed on Airport Street, great. Okay, people are getting there, but the traffic is also moving back to the Queen's Drive. And so you need the other street, which is a bit parallel in the middle of Onepo and Queen's Drive, to give that space for some of the drivers to come through. So we're not really discussing some of the hard questions. And the other fascinating one was just, Jordi, thank you for asking. I have always been thinking that is the case. To find out, I can put Jordi's name even, or his address, saying that whatever I want, I can just make a case saying that 15 people complaining about this specific issue, council take actions. That is a kind of loophole we need to be closing as well. In this case, I agree, the neighbor's issue is the neighbor that needs to be addressed on the Cecil Street. So the Freiburg one, I think it's going to continue, and let's see how that landed in the community. But I'm telling you, it's big in the community, and the frustration is going to be, it's going to add a bit more frustration, this one coming up. Thank you.
Any further debate? No? Okay. Anybody want to take anything separately? Just, no? Okay. Okay, so that one is, we'll do that one now. So that's 2.15. And that has passed. Now we'll do the rest. Okay. And that has passed. So we'll be moving on. Thank you, everybody. Right, so the next item is, for our sins, the Karori Road and the Glen. Thank you to the staff. Karori Road and Glenmore Street Route 2 bus improvements. So please welcome Paul Barker and Vida Christella to introduce the report. And Tamsin Evans, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Did you want to introduce, you introduce it first and we'll have questions.
We're sort of happy to take it as read from this morning's questions and some other questions that have come through from councillors. We thought it might be appropriate to share a quick presentation. I know it's not normally at this time, but it may be helpful to explain some of the changes that are proposed at the western end and why they are before you today. We can cover off some of the issues around Marsden Village and what happened as part of the Karori Connections, and if need be, we can talk about the Botanic Garden stops. If you're happy, I'll just move my way through that. So,
sorry, yes, yeah, very happy, thank you.
So there's a couple of things that have happened in this space. So with part of the Karori Connections work, we also look to do some bus rationalisation, sort of as outlined in our bus priority action plan, and following up from Metlink's need to try and rationalise and improve bus services along the number 2 corridor. On the right there is where Tringham Street joins Karori Road, and we're aware that there's an existing bus stop just to the north of Tringham Street, and then further along there's Burrows Avenue stop. And so as part of the Karori Connections, we put a committee approved the removal of the Tringham Street stop, and at that time the stop was to remain back down at Karori Park. A number of submitters to that traffic resolution back in 2023 felt that that wasn't appropriate, that we had a big gap then from Karori Park through to Burrows Avenue. The committee agreed to amend the traffic resolution in 23 to move the stop at Karori Park, where it says existing, to 100 metres east of that stop. Now, that was an amendment that was put up with not a lot of consideration, to be fair, when we have then gone and visited that site about 100 metres, and there was there isn't really a suitable location. It's clear of vehicle crossings that we can erect a bus shelter. It's on a curve. The existing buses would struggle to get against the curb, let alone an articulated bus. So it wasn't a particularly desirable location to relocate that stop to, although it was amended by the committee to look at that stop. So officers have then looked at other locations and taking into consideration the comments we had back in 23 between what would be the new Karori Park stop, so that's to the very left of the page, right up to the Burrows, the stop that's before you today, where it says the 2025 TR is midway between the two, and it addresses a lot of the concerns that people had about relocating, or sorry, removing the Tringham Street stop. We now have a stop that's pretty close to Tringham Street. We do need to note, though, that Tringham Street has its own bus service, so there is a route that goes up to. It's not a particularly well-serviced route, but they do have their own bus route up through there. So hopefully that perhaps addresses some of the concerns. I'm happy to take questions if there's anything that this slide would help, and then we can move to the Marsden Village slide. So that's up at Burrows Avenue, so it's not on this page, I don't think. I don't think a slide. We've got a couple of other slides. Yes, I know. Don't think we've got it in this slide deck. If I was to go back to this slide, yeah, that one. So you can see. So it does show that next slide. So the next stop that would be further up. I can't point with this. Can I point? Oh yes. No, I'm just laser and pointing in this bit.
Clarify. What we're looking at here is what we're going to, if we go ahead with the changes proposed today, this is what we will get.
This is what you'll get.
Okay. The only thing that's really identified here is the arrow showing a shift.
Yep. So that shift is from where it is today, right up to what number is it? Up to 364 rather than the 380. So back in 2023, you agreed to move it from where it is today to outside approximately 380 Karori Road, and we're now suggesting today that instead of removing it 100 metres, we move it further. We move it outside 364, and that would then be equidistant between the first stop on Karori Road and the stop near Burrows Avenue.
And can I just also ask, and this is assuming the Tringham stop is gone, so it's not shown on this map now.
That's correct.
And so where do the people who use that Tringham stop go, where it will still be sheltered? Because that's what I was hearing from the submissions, is there's quite a concern about shelter, especially since apparently there's quite a lot of school kids that catch school buses in this whole location.
Cool. So the new stop outside 364 has a shelter. So
364 is...
That's the one that's about 80 metres to the west of Tringham. So to be fair, they have to walk against the direction, the walk towards the bus that's picking them up, or they could turn left at Tringham and walk up towards Karori Village up to the Burrows Avenue stop.
And do both of those shelters, both those options have shelter or will have shelter?
Burrows have. Look, yeah, so yes, had that confirmed.
Can you point to us which one it actually is? Because
maybe
there's no
count
numbers. I mean, I'm not sure, because we've got labels, but we've got no number. You're talking labels and we're talking numbers of street addresses. So I'm really just trying to understand.
Sorry. What's the easiest way to point to this?
Possibly by labelling it from the head of the arrow. So we've got, if we called number 1 the Karori Park relocated stop, where would we be? What number?
So the very first one that we said at the very bottom of the page, the Karori Park amended bus stop length. There is that now becomes the very first stop along Karori Road. That was used to be in the bus turnaround area. It's been relocated to that location. That is the number 1. There is a stop further along Karori Park, which is called the Pavilion stop, and that's at the bottom of the red arrow.
And that's being removed.
But that's being
that's the
relocated.
one that you agreed in 2023 to move 100 metres. It's now suggested we move that further to where this arrow ends. So we're moving that one further up towards Tringham Street. And so it was proposed to move it outside 380 Croy Road. We're now, through this traffic resolution, asking you to approve it to go outside 364 Karori Road. And that would be closer to Tringham and close the gap in the concerns that were raised by the Tringham Street residents back in 2023.
And that's the Croy Park relocated stop is 364. Is that what you got on here?
That's right, yes. And then there's the parallel ones on the outbound as well.
Before I go to other committee members, can I just ask what type of shelter there'll be and what sort of capacity will the shelters have?
Right, we have the Metlink team here, so
Thank you.
we'll invite Malcolm up to the podium.
Good afternoon. It's a 3.6 metre shelter by 1.2. The current shelter at Tringham Street is 2.4 by 1.2, so it's a slightly larger shelter. The one at Karori Park is actually an all-media shelter, so it's slightly bigger.
Okay, so there is shelter that people could choose a reasonably convenient bus stop to go to, which would have reasonable shelter.
Yep.
Okay, now I'll go to the committee. So Councillor McNulty and then Councillor Chung and Councillor Calvert.
Just confirming my understanding, if you were wanting to go to Karori Park as a destination, the bus stop across the road's still there. So in terms of servicing, getting to Karori Park, we're not changing it. It's just then if you want to go home, you're going to have to walk a bit further than Karori Park to get on the bus. Is that?
So there is two stops along the Karori Park frontage now. One at the western end and one at the eastern end. So it's the eastern end one we're moving further up the road, but you would be just as quick to walk to the one at the western end.
Thank you, Councillor Chung.
Right, thanks very much. I spent a considerable amount of time on Monday talking to passengers at both these stops, and asked them what their preference was and what their habits were. Now, would it be possible to actually have the Karori Park stop and then skip the one in the middle, or that would be too great a distance, and then retain the one at the corner, the existing one on Karori Road and Tringle Street? Because it seems as if the preference of the passengers that I talked to there were that we get buses coming up from two directions. We get buses coming up along Karori Road, and they have the opportunity, and Pringle Street, and they have the opportunity to actually catch either of the buses that come up that way, rather than if you move the stop further towards Karori Park, then they only have the option of one bus stop. And it also seemed to me that the bus stop that
So, Councillor Chung, what's your question? I think you asked a question, but then
okay. So the question
go back
is
to
that could we actually have the bus stop at Karori Park and then skip the one in the middle until we go to the Tringham Street bus stop? Or is that too great a distance to actually have without a bus stop?
I'm happy to jump in. I know I've got terms in there. There's two at Karori Park now. So there's the you can see on this diagram on the screen. There's the one very close to South Karori Road, and then there's the other one we call the Pavilion stop. So there's two very close ones now. So so what you're suggesting is that we would keep both of those, and then there is currently, because we haven't removed the Tringham one that you have approved, there's a stop at Tringham and another one at Burrows. So there's two very close together at that point. So what you're suggesting here is that we would keep two very close together, have a big gap, and have another two very close together. What we're suggesting is that we would remove the Tringham Street stop and relocate the Pavilion to midway between the South Karori, close to South Karori, and the Burrows. And so we would have evenly spaced stops. When we've looked through here at number of vehicle crossings, provision for bus shelter, straight sections of curb for bus boarding and alighting, we think that this is one of the few locations where we can get that. If we were to keep the Tringham Street stop, And that's not what's proposed here, and it's out of scope for this traffic resolution. If the committee were of a mind that we go back to that, we would have to lengthen the stop. So we have an option of keeping the shelter where it is and lengthening it back towards Tringham, and that would remove car parks for the takeaway there. Or we would have to move the shelter and the head of the stop further towards Karori Village. So that would also incur some cost, and it takes it even closer to the Burrows Avenue stop. That's why we're not recommending that, and it was recommended to be removed previously, and the committee agreed to that back in 2023.
Okay, so what? Sorry.
Do you have one more? Okay.
Yep. Okay. So what would be involved in, because the committee approved that that new bus stop in 2023, what would be the implication if we actually consider that we wanted to change that? Do we need to go back and rescind that, or can we actually say that we think that this bus stop is actually better in this location here? Because it seems to me that that bus stop that we planned from, I guess, Pavilion to the next bus stop is in an odd place, and it seems to me that the Tringham Street bus stop is actually more preferable.
I'm not sure if you're debating. So the proposal we've got here is equidistant between those stops. If you kept the Tringham Street stop, we would then need to think and consider whether the proposal to relocate a stop outside 364 was still appropriate, or whether we kept the Karori stop, or whether we tried to find yet another location for it. You're asking us to do quite a lot more work if we were to keep the Tringham Street stop. Legality, I know we have looked at the options available to this committee if you were of a mind to instruct officers to go away, so we would have to come back with some advice as to how we would do that.
Okay, I think we'll move on. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, so before this proposal came to Wellington City Council, what engagement and local impact studies has Greater Wellington done with the locals and businesses on these proposals? Yeah, so did you?
I did hear that,
okay,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, Councillor. I think it's been a joint venture between GW and WCC. We've done that consultation originally when the original TR came up, and we've done some reconsultation again for this particular change, and a little bit more direct with the residents who are with it.
No, but what I'm asking, before this TR came out and we started to engage with people, what work did Greater Wellington do to engage or do an assessment of their proposals that yourself before we did?
We haven't done any.
Okay, thanks, fine. What is the actual cost of developing this new bus stop? And who's paying for it?
So I guess it's a joint activity between GW and WCC, and the cost is a shared cost between the two councils.
Yeah, but what's the cost? There'll be the cost for the shelter, and then there'll be the cost for the works, the road works, whatever needs to happen there. So who pays for what?
So it's about 30,000 for the shelter, and the works for the footpath there. That's
for the footpath,
for the shelter and the footpath, which has got a foundation that goes in the ground.
Yes, but what about? Is there any curbing changes or anything like that? Okay, and this is to enable new buses to go in, presumably. Is this in relation to the whatever you call them?
The articulated buses.
Yeah.
Yes, it will enable an articulated bus to stop there, but it also is about a high capacity stop. So 2 standard length buses, different services, can then use that stop without sitting in the road traffic and causing the congestion factor.
So what assessment has been done of the cost of those extra longer buses, heavier on the roads, and the cost of maintaining the roads?
None has been done by us.
Thank you.
I'll just ask a question. Have the articulated buses actually been ordered?
We are on track to have them ready to go on the road in early 2027, and we're procuring them through our partner Kinetic, and we expect authorisation to Kinetic to be issued early next week.
How much is what's come to us here been driven by the need to accommodate the articulated buses?
It's less about the articulated buses than it is about the need to ensure efficient services to Karori. Route 2, as you know, is our busiest and most highly patronised route. Demand continues to grow, and so it's about providing capacity for that and the reliable service. So when I speak about high capacity vehicles, the options that we looked at were through our normal fleet procurement process. Ways to provide higher capacity are obviously more buses, double-decker buses, or bigger buses, which in this case proved to be the best option when we looked through them, because we have constraints in the tunnels at both ends, Karori and at Situn, which mean double-deckers are off the table. More buses means more congestion, means potentially more impact on the efficiency and reliability of the services, and articulated buses in the peak hours are the best option to provide that higher capacity when demand is at the greatest.
So we weren't allowed to go on the test run to see how they actually perform, but are you very confident the articulated buses will handle the peak traffic going along something like Lambton Quay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll move on to some other people. Councillor Abdurrahman, then Councillor McNulty and Councillor Calvert.
How much is the council's share of this? I'm talking about the cost. How much is the council share?
So as agreed through the long-term plan, this is part of the joint projects to improve Route 2 and the Harbour Quay. So it's a 50-50 split between the two councils.
I'm just asking how much is specifically for council, how much we're paying, if 50-50, but how much is that, 50,000?
So we heard from Mr. Malcolm that of the cost for this for the shelter at the near 364, is that the cost, or is the cost to do all of the projects? So
to do the whole project, that's what I'm asking.
That's in the paper in paragraphs 51, and I've just got it up here. The total cost is 1.5 million, so WCC's share is 750,000.
Okay, moving on to Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I'm sure if Thomas Nash was in the room, he'd say it before I finished asking the question, but the ridership pre-COVID, versus pre-COVID on the number 2, where's that currently sitting at percentage-wise?
I don't have the numbers actually to hand, Councillor, but we're higher than pre-COVID levels.
Okay, is that the end of your questions? Councillor Calvert.
Yes. So if you haven't taken into account all the various costs with putting a different type of bus, how do you know that this is the best solution? Because, I mean, you're not taking into account extra wear and tear on the roads. Now, in terms of how do you know, if you don't take into account all the costs, maybe it's better to have 2 buses that can run more frequently than one large articulated. And I haven't seen anything that, I know you may have some stuff, but I haven't seen anything that actually provides the business case or anything around that, unless you've got one already.
We procure our fleet for Metlink through our normal procurement processes internally, and in this case, as I said, we did a multi-criteria assessment looking for the best bus to deliver the best service for our passengers. Wear and tear on the road is, yes, predominantly a concern for the Road Controlling Authority. Yes, there are, not just in Wellington, around the country, concerns about the wear and tear on the road of heavier vehicles. It's not an issue specific to Wellington, and one likely that we would recommend is taken up with Waka Kotahi, NZTA, in terms of how those costs are met across the country.
But it's not part of your multi-criteria assessment that you've done?
No, the buses are within weight limits for roads within the normal regulations. at 80% capacity, at 80% full loading, and we don't have any other regulatory targets to hit in that space.
Okay.
Can I just ask one more question? When you trialled these buses, did you trial them in peak times?
Yes, we did.
You did?
So when Metlink did the trial, I was on board the bus at the same time. We did a run from Karori through to the CBD in peak and then back out to Karori in the morning peak.
How many times did you do it?
We did that once on that day, and in the evening we did a run in the peak using diversion routes as well.
So you've done one go each way, and you did some at midnight or something at one stage, didn't you? Or something late at night?
I believe the first trial that Metlink ran was overnight because they had concerns around the traffic, whereas for the second one they didn't have those concerns.
And when you did the trial, did you do the stop, assume people get on and off, that part of it?
Yes, that was done as well. That wasn't done in peak. During the peak, it was just a run through and stop and then pull back out again.
Right, so you didn't do it during peak time?
The boarding part, no, that was done in the off-peak.
Right.
Actually, I would like to just a really clear answer on that. So you did a run at what time of day from Karori to where in the CBD?
I believe it was approximately 8:30, 9 a.m.
And where in the CBD? Did you go right through the CBD?
Yeah, to Courtney Place.
To Courtney Place. Are there buses, are they overweight when they're fully loaded by the technical version, you know, the technical definition, the weight on each axle, et cetera, et cetera? Are they overweight?
I don't have the precise details in front of me, Councillor. One moment, I'll just check.
Okay, thank you.
I do believe they'll be on a permit, yeah, if they are overweight.
If they are overweight, they would require a permit.
So I don't think they do. Is that right?
I don't think they do.
No, I don't think they do either, because they've got more wheels, presumably. But how do they compare, the stress on the roads, how does it compare to a single bus that we've already got, that you're already running, not the double-deckers?
It's outside my technical field, Councillor. I can't answer that.
Can somebody answer it?
We have a roading engineer in the room, possibly.
Okay, all right. The other question I want to ask is probably more a question for our staff. What impacts will there be on the cycleway from shifting these bus stops, and have they been considered?
Yeah, look, we have worked with our colleagues up in the cycleway. So the stop that we're moving from Karori Park is proposed to move up towards Stringham Street. That does remove a section of the cycleway through there. So in the morning peak, those on bikes would need to contend with a stopped bus, as they do currently back at Karori Park. So it moves the current problem further along.
It moves the current problem more towards the city end.
It doesn't exacerbate the problems though.
Okay. It just
so
doesn't take the same problem and relocates it to a different spot.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
I do have a slide on Marsden Village, but I think you've got that one sorted now.
Have we?
I hope
there
so.
was a submission about yeah, okay. Cool. There was a submission about the car parking there, actually. Is there any way that we could allow for some of the bus stop to have car parking in off-peak times?
So that, which is why I did want to show that.
Okay.
If I can just move through to this slide. You can see the yellow is what we proposed. So it extended bus stop, so it came further forward. But that had some issues with stopping the bus right forward as much as that where it's marked in yellow. So we're now proposing to mark it where the blue lines are. So it takes the back of the bus where potentially you could have a temporary stop very close to the cross, the pedestrian crossing, brings it right back to that limit line, the walk line. So we're not proposing that we would allow parking in there. It's right in that middle of that village narrowing.
Sorry, Paul, I was distracted.
Sorry, so the back of the blue, so back near those red the perpendicular lines, so you can see where the blue box is. We've had to relocate it further back towards Karori Township rather than the city. So we've moved it away, and that, I couldn't see how we could retain car parking through there. The yellow lines are part of the exit taper to enable those buses to rejoin the traffic stream. And you can see the parking bay that remains on the city side. That's the 2-hour car park outside the real estate agent.
Okay, thank you.
I did want to point out, though, there was a number of comments made about the number of car parks that we've removed in Marsden Village as a result of the cycleway. We've checked with the team, and while there was some traffic resolutions to remove some car parks, and it included one car park for this bus stop, it also included removal of one car park just on the eastern side of the road at that point. Neither of those were removed as part of Karori Connections. So when the project team went through, they could retain those car parks. We didn't remove any car parks on Karori Road as part of Karori Connections, contrary to one of the submitters that spoke to you this morning.
So we are now considering removing one car
But we're now at 3 for this.
3.
So you can see the buildings, the one with the canopy and the one to the left of it. So there is 3 P30s outside of those. Those are the car parks we propose to remove, where the yellow lines are, or where the proposed yellow lines are to go.
So sorry to ask a really detailed question, but is the box that's shown in yellow, is that sufficient for this articulated bus?
We're suggesting the one in blue is sufficient. So we're requesting you to approve the blue location, not the yellow location. That's a slight amendment from what we consulted on. But no stopping restrictions from the head of the blue right through to that red parking bay, also part of this traffic resolution.
It's really unclear, I have to say.
Oh, I've got it around the wrong way, have I? Sorry, Hamish has corrected me.
So it doesn't even look like in a taper. It sort of looks more like a car parking space in the L of the blue that's further towards.
Sorry. So it's the yellow that is proposed to be the bus stop.
Okay.
And then the yellow line's on the way out.
And the yellow box that's shown is big enough for the articulated bus?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, or 2 normal buses.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor Calvert.
Just getting back to the trial, was the trial done when the cycleway was in place?
Yes, the cycleway along Karori Road was completed at that time.
It was completely all done? Okay. And what is the approximate cost of these buses that you're procuring, roughly, without getting, and obviously there'll be some commerciality involved?
Including the charging infrastructure, they come in at approximately $930,000 each.
And how many are you buying?
5.
So about 5 million. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Thank you. It doesn't look like there are. I do propose that we actually move on and vote, debate this and then have lunch. So, thank you. Right, so I think I was going to introduce this. Move it. I mean, I do think that the articulated buses are a better solution for this route than either 2 separate buses or a double-decker. But I'm also pretty concerned that this does feel like a bit of a new and brave thing. And I wish we'd been on that trial to see it for ourselves, because I do feel like that this decision hasn't actually been made yet. It's clearly waiting on this decision that we're making today. But it doesn't, the decision we're being asked to make today is actually quite small. It's just that it enables a very big decision to flow on from it. The big decision isn't our responsibility. It's Greater Wellington's responsibility and Metlink's responsibility. And I want to make it really clear, actually, this committee is not responsible for the articulated bus decision. That is a decision of Metlink's. What we are responsible for is deciding whether we want to lengthen some bus stops to enable more capacity for buses to park. And it could be that it's just regular buses drawing up behind each other, or school buses or other kinds of buses. I have thought long and hard about this because I am nervous, but I will be supporting these resolutions unless I hear something compelling not to, and I haven't yet. So I'll leave it at that. Is there someone that wants to second this? Thank you. Councillor Rogers, what do you want to say? He's going to reserve his right. Is there anyone else who wants to debate? I do. Okay, away you go. I won't interrupt you, Councillor. You go for it.
I am absolutely astounded. I understand it's come to us purely as a TR, but actually, if we condone this decision, we're condoning poor poor business cases, poor judgment, and actually it doesn't matter whether it's Greater Wellington's decision. We all know this council gets the blame for anything to do pretty much with public transport or where the buses are and that. To do a trial with one go in and out at peak time and not even trial it with loading and unloading people when with the numbers that they might well expect to be getting on and off, I can't. Well, I'm astounded. I'm absolutely astounded that they bring this to us without having done a proper trial. Because we all know what happens when a bus stops, when people get on and off. What impact does that have on the pedestrians, on the other vehicles, even on cyclists? And yet we are, because it's just a TR, we're saying, oh, well, it's not our problem. Well, it is our problem because I tell you what, the same people that pay our rates are paying Greater Wellington City Council, Regional Council's rates. So it's the same people going to be paying for this, funding this. And if we allow an incomplete business case that is not even taking into account the true costs of this buses. It's only based on their multi-criteria that they've set, but haven't taken into account all the costs. Because surely when you're working out whether we pick a single-decker bus, a double-decker, articulated one, whatever you want to call them, surely all the costs must be brought into consideration. Or it doesn't matter on Wellington City Council, we'll carry the can, we'll carry the costs. So, and I'm absolutely astounded that we are happy to remove a part of a cycleway for this bus, but we couldn't even consider moving part of a cycleway for some businesses down at Kaifara. We were talking about 100 metres. We couldn't decide to remove part of a cycleway outside Karori Park when the users wanted us to. So I just think we're inconsistent, and we ourselves know what happens when business cases aren't fully formed and we make decisions without all the information. And this is exactly one of these things. So I will not be supporting it. And I'm going to write to Greater Wellington Regional Council because I think what they've done, put this in front of us in this way without having done a proper trial, having a proper true costs of everything involved, is completely, I'm picking my words carefully because I'm having not to say what I really think, but is that, it's not at the level that I would expect a council to put in front of us. Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Chung.
Great. I mentioned before that I spent a good part of Monday out in Karori looking at these bus stops and looking at and talking to people at the bus stops. And I feel that, yes, we plan these bus stops based on the reasons that we've actually heard, but I don't believe that we're actually engaging with the passengers who actually take these buses. Now, I admit that I only spoke to the passengers who were at the bus stops on Monday, so I haven't spoken to the other ones before that, but they gave quite compelling reasons why they wanted that bus stop to actually remain in that position. And a good part of that reason was that they have access to two routes at that bus stop, because they get the buses that come up Tringham Street and then turn left in Karori Road, so they can catch that one, or they can catch the number 2 that comes from Karori Park. And so, whereas if we move it backwards towards Karori Park, then of course they only have the choice of one of those buses. And looking at where that location is, it does seem to be that there's a lot of underground infrastructure around there. So what is actually required, and how complicated is that going to be to actually shift all those, or to take all those into account when we're actually doing that work? And I wonder whether, and perhaps I didn't elucidate myself quite clearly there, but I actually wonder, it's not that far from Karori Park, and so I'm wondering if we should actually take one of those bus stops away from the park or the pavilion and then make the next stop Tringham Street. So is that actually too far for people to walk comfortably? Because it seems to me that a lot of those passengers who are at that bus stop Tringham Street actually came from that Tringham Street, Marshall Street area, Randley Street area. They didn't actually come from Karori Road. And so if the majority of people catching those buses at that stop are those people who come from, I'm trying to get my directions right, north of Karori Road, then surely wouldn't that bus stop be better being retained there?
Righty, this isn't the time for questions. Have you finished your debate? Yep. Okay, I've got Pawiwi Kelly, then Councillor McNulty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support this. I believe that Councillor Colvert made some really good points, and essentially the main one that captured me was about how it seems to be that cycleways are sacrosanct. We can't touch them. And this whole triennium, I have tried to advocate to have the slipway on Kent Terrace open so that we can turn to go into Cambridge Terrace and nothing happens. So you've made a really good point that when it suits us, we will make changes to cycleways. So on that very principal point, I'm going to support you, Councillor Colvert, and not support this.
Okay, thank you. So we've got Councillor McNulty.
Okay,
Councillor Rogers.
Councillor Rogers writing furiously the academic and statistical argument that I'm going to partially rely on. But there's this thing called Karori Tunnel, and it's a real problem. This is the most high-frequency bus route that we have, and we can't shove double-deckers through there, and we can't pile on more and more single bus services onto Karori Road. And so this seems like the attempt to fix a problem. I'm not disagreeing with many of the comments around process and things here, but at the end of the day, the Public Transport Authority have made a call that this is how they want to service that frequency of the number 2 road. Next week, we'll get rid of that heritage designation on the Karori Tunnel, Tori and I, for a notice of motion, but until at such point we replace that tunnel with some infrastructure that can handle a double-decker bus, we've got a problem here. And we've got to move more people on this corridor, and there's very few solutions that come through to it. So look, I don't vote this through with waves, rainbows, flags, and celebrations. I have a lot of trepidation here, but thousands upon thousands, it might be 8,000, but again, Geordie's going to have the numbers, so people use this service daily, and they need to know that they are going to be able to continue to use a reliable and frequent service. And I don't think there's actually anything in this world that's more aggravating than being sat in a bus with another bus in front of you and another bus in front of that to just put your morning in a bad mood or on the way home, and experience that frequently in the number 1. So, look, probably if I was doing this in the height, or I'd been here through the bus catastrophe, I'd be almost inclined out of experience to really want to send a signal to Metlink. But I can say certainly up in my way, we have a quite positive view of the bus services that are being provided. So I'm making a bit of a leap of faith on this one, despite what is a poor process. So I'll support it. But hey, I may be proven wrong, and I'll be happy to accept that should this not work. And I'm sure Councillor Calvert will be more than happy to bring to the table should this fall apart. And I have said this today, so that's where I sit.
I might be Mayor Calvert.
Mayor Calvert, sorry.
Right, we will not go there right now. So have you finished, Councillor McNulty?
Yes.
Right. I've got Councillor Rogers, and I'll put you on the list. Oh, you have had a debate.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
I don't think so. Right. Councillor Rogers.
It's totally up to the chair. Yeah, I do actually have the numbers, believe it or not. There are 9,600 people who do take this route every day. And so I do think it is important when we are making these decisions about how we can improve access to public transport for those people, we are thinking about the sheer quantum of people who are using those buses. And I have actually spoken to someone who uses this route, and it is incredibly frustrating to either have buses that are completely full, packed like sardines, or buses that can't stop because there are already too many people on them by the time it gets slightly down the road. The most important thing that we can do is actually increase the capacity of these buses. And yes, we don't own the buses, it's a Metlink decision, but what we can do is make sure that all of those buses can continue to stop in these locations. Because fundamentally, if we're not improving the extension to these bus stops and we're not improving the ways that they can get in and out from these places, if they do go ahead and purchase the buses, that just means the bus is stopping at less places because they can't stop at the bus stops that we're providing. So if you want a bus service that can take more people, carry more than 9,600 people a day comfortably to the suburbs of Karori, I think is incredibly important that we get behind supporting these changes. I did hear some stuff just around removing cycleways for buses, and I think what is important to highlight is some of the comments that were made earlier by our staff members, and that is about because we are removing a bus stop, that mode of conflict that we have is actually just moving to somewhere else. It's not about the fact that we're making a compromise here when we're unwilling to make a compromise in another place. What we have done here is actually just tried to find the cheapest way possible to enable Metlink to increase capacity on this route. And to that point, I do also want to extend a thank you to Metlink. Maybe I will write a positive letter to go along Councillor Calvert's negative letter. They've come to the table and they're going to pay for half of these costs as well. They've recognised that by purchasing these new buses, it requires us as the road controlling authority to make a bunch of changes. And in good faith, they've come and said, we'll help pay for some of that too. So I think, you know, throughout this entire process, they have actually been quite collaborative, and I can't apologise on their behalf, Councillor Free. You should have been on the bus trial. It would have been great for you to ride the bus. But I do think the best thing that we can do is give you the opportunity to ride that bus when it is in service. And the way that we can do that for Councillor Free, but also, most importantly, for the 9,600 people who take that bus, is by approving this traffic resolution.
Potentially member free as well.
Oh, well, come on. Right, so who was next? It might be you. Anyone else that wants to speak? Or have you got new material? But it will have to be very brief, Councillor, because we are waiting on lunch. And it's your second time.
I'd just like to comment. A couple of months ago, we had a briefing and we were told that the route number 2 is the most congested route that we actually have on our routes throughout Wellington. So I wanted to test this now. I'm not looking at, and I'm not disputing the numbers that Councillor Rogers actually mentioned, but I wanted to actually understand how congested this number 2 route was myself. So I left this office here at 5 o'clock, peak time, and caught a number 2 bus to Kabuni. And that bus was at barely 1/3 to 1/2 full. And so then I caught the bus back again, and that wasn't full. And just to make sure that wasn't an aberration, I've actually done that twice again, exactly the same time, between 5 and 5:30 in the evening and during a peak period, and the buses haven't been full. And so I'm not sure what times these people actually travelled, but I would have thought it would have been peak period. But we're doing things to say that we're putting on these buses, and I'm not going into the discussion about the bendy buses, but I love catching the buses, and so I want to make sure that anyone who wants to catch a bus can do so and not get onto an overcrowded bus. So I've actually gone on the route 2 now to see where they are. I've gone up and caught it from Karori just to ride around to see if they are full, and they're not full. So I wonder whether we're looking forward to say that in some point in the future, they are going to be really, really crowded, and so therefore that's why we need the bendy buses. But at the moment we don't, and I feel that we're not making the decision on where to actually put these bus stops based on what passengers and commuters actually want and what their feedback is. We're making the decision of having 100 metres between the bus stops and at the expediency for Metlink. And when I talk to bus drivers about this, you get feedback from them about where people get on and what people actually say to them. And I feel that we're actually not looking at the people who actually take buses. So that's my comment.
Okay,
Was
thank
that short?
you. No, not. Okay. I will have my right of reply. Everyone has made some very good points, but I have been gobsmacked by this process. First of all, we were told that these buses were coming. We were actually told they're going to arrive early next year. That was the first I ever heard of it. For me, this is about respect. If we're going to work in partnership, it's about respect, and I don't feel that we've been terribly respected in this process. I have to be really honest about that. I think we should have had a business case. I think we should have, if we're asked to approve changes that do cost money, then we should have had a little bit more information about the rationale for it. So I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Chung. There has been a dearth of information. I was only told by Councillor Nash that he'd asked staff to tell me that they hadn't actually been ordered, and he wanted us to know that before we made the decision. And to be honest, I didn't know why he was telling me that, because it doesn't make any difference. I've come down to thinking what we have to decide is whether we want bus stops that are better spaced, at some inconvenience to some people, but generally better spaced, and buses that are long enough to actually take two buses. And that might be the situation that we're actually grappling with now. And whether these bendy buses eventually arrive or not is for Metlink to decide. But I do want Metlink to hear that we have worked very hard and we do take the heat. And I think that was the point that Councillor Calvert made. We're actually taking the heat for this. We're the ones sitting listening to the public and having to make the decisions. And I don't feel that we actually get the respect for what we do from Metlink, to be honest. And I want that message to go back. There has to be a little bit more respect. It would have been nice to see some Metlink elected members here, to be quite frank, listening to what we have to go through to make these decisions. I don't like double-decker buses. They're munching up our roads. I instinctively think that the weight problem will be less with the articulated buses. But again, this is an issue that matters to the city, and we should have that information. To me, it's actually not good enough that we haven't had that information. We should know what the axle weights are and how the damage that they'll do compares to an ordinary bus or to a double-decker. It's material to us. The break in the cycleway, well, yes, no, because in fact we're putting back a bus stop, so that's a more continuous cycleway. We're just shifting a bus stop. I don't actually think this has had some changes to the cycleway, but I don't think it's added or subtracted materially from it. Look, at the end of the day, I think you have to decide whether you want to help a transport system or not. What we are hearing from Metlink is that there's better reliability in the system, but again, they're not actually giving the credit to the City Council for some of that with the work we've done, lengthening bus stops, putting more tapers in, spacing out stops. It would actually be nice to feel that the partnership was being acknowledged, and that's a message that I really do want to give. So look, if you don't vote for this, I have to say, you're probably actually sealing the fate of not having double of articulated buses. I personally think they would be a good solution. I'm looking forward to riding them, given half a chance. I do think that it would be a little bit irresponsible not to vote for this. There's not actually that much of a downside to what we're voting for today.
Look, I will do a point of order about misrepresentation, calling us irresponsible if we vote against this. It's not irresponsible.
I just think you would be, but
yeah, I know.
Okay, if you think that's a point of order, I'll retract it. Shall we go to a vote, and does anyone want to take anything separately?
Vote against everything.
Okay. be. Where's Nuruddin? Okay, well, it does pass. Okay, we will have lunch. And we will return at, I'm suggesting we have quite a short lunch, is that okay? Yeah. Shall we come back at 1? worried that we nearly did. In fact, it's 5 minutes over. So I'm going to move to item 2.4. We're going to welcome Jocelyn Sang and Sun Tek the table, and Dennis Davis. Welcome, everybody. Right.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, Mayor Whanau, Councillors and Poiwi Kelly. I'm Jocelyn Zhang, and I have Denise and Sun here with me to answer some questions after. I'm here to present this paper to the committee seeking approval on introducing the 30 km/h variable speed limits outside schools during pick-up and drop-off time. This change is required under the Land Transport Rule setting of speed limits 2024, and it also supports council strategic objectives by improving road safety and encouraging active travel. The paper originally included 61 traffic resolutions covering 79 schools. Officers are now recommending the withdrawal of TR 7725 Cardinal Mickey School. The resolution was proposed on the basis that a new school would take this location and established after the closure of the Cardinal Mickey School. And now it's uncertain whether the new school is going to locate at the same site and how it would be operated. So council officers recommend removing this TR at this time. Once the future use of this site is confirmed, we will engage with the new school on introducing the variable speed limit if that's required. So accordingly, today we are seeking approval for 60 traffic resolutions covering 78 schools. This project is fully funded in the LTP with an estimated capital cost of about 4.5 million and operating cost about 50K per year from financial year 27-28 onwards. And we are seeking the committee to approve the TRs so the delivery can be completed prior to the regulatory deadline, 1st of July 2026. And we're happy to take questions.
Okay, do we have questions? Can we just scroll up and see that it has been struck off, the Cardinal McCree School? Oh yes, good. So questions. My goodness, Ben and then Nuruddin and then Geordie.
Yeah, so I've got two very specific bits of feedback. I'm hoping they can be accommodated rather than needing to amend or anything, because I've shared the maps in my local community groups. So the first one I've got is for St. Bridget's, which is 60-25. If you might want to get the maps out a little bit, but basically the school zone stop just short of Frankmore Avenue, and there's a bowls club where there is a controlled crossing. So in the morning, school kids, put out the lollipops and things like that. So that's operating just outside of the school zone area, and a resident emailed saying, why wouldn't that 30K where they have a crossing on the way to school that kids are manning be included? So it's probably about 20-40 metres. Do we have any ability to extend these zones to accommodate that?
I would say in short, according to the speed setting rule, the answer would be no. That there's no provision for extending it to accommodate the bowls club or a crossing that is more than 150 meters from the school gate. Cool. And it's quite specific, prescriptive.
So I can probably send an email asking for that, but you might just have to come back and say it's just not possible.
Yeah, it would not comply. it
Cool,
would be
no.
yes.
The other one, which I'm hoping we can do something about, is TR 87-25. So this is up in Newlands. Now, the resident lives at 94 Bracken Road. Of the maps, it's the third map. And they have a bus stop that we've formalised in this committee, actually, outside their property. And they've got a sign in there, already in their lawn, and where we're proposing to then put this sign is on the other side of the driveway. So if this piece of paper is the driveway, here's the bus stop sign, and we want to put it here. And they've just asked, can this just like move 1 metre into the next door neighbour's section, just so that they don't have their driveway entirely boxed in on both sides, so it's 1 metre closer to the school rather than 1 metre further away from the school. Do you think that's something we could accommodate?
Likely. I know we have accommodated similar.
Yeah.
With the feedback that we've got when we went up the TR. So if I had the details, I could have the engineer look at that one.
Cool. Didn't do any amendment, but I'll send these two on you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, other questions? I think I've got Councillor Abnaraman and Councillor Rogers.
So the first one is just a confirmation. It's already in the paper as well. So the central government is mandating us to do this, but no money. They're not just giving any money at all.
So we're still in the process of communicating with NZTA about this, but currently there's no certain or confirmed answer about the co-funding.
Oh, so there is a potential of co-funding. You are having that discussion.
So the process that we are following now is that we would like to seek the approval from our committee first to have our council decision first, and then we're going to finalize the detailed design and probably update our cost estimation so that we can to kick off the conversation with NZTA, because they need to provide some approval on their speed register changes as well.
From my understanding, with discussion with NZTA, they have actually put aside funds. They haven't committed that it's a 50-50 share, but all the councils around New Zealand is asking for funding from NZTA, so they're aware of this situation that they're imposing on council.
Okay, fantastic. And when I look at it, it's the 4.5 for about 60 schools, and it is about 75K each. And my understanding, changing the speed limit around school is just putting 30K writing on red or just putting the signage. What is costing that much? Why it's costing that much? Just want to understand.
So first, that's actually for 78 schools, and so the current proposal, including the whole of the project cost, including the design, the survey, the monitoring and evaluation plan, and also comes engagement costs, which are the implementation phase, and also including the construction for both the digital signs and static signs. So that's not only about the construction, that's actually covering the whole lot of the project.
Did I hear you say engagement? Did you say engagement?
Yeah, the engagement with residents and the schools.
So their feedback will be reflected. I thought this traffic resolution we're just passing, it's not going to come back basically, but you're going to be feeding their feedback into the implementation.
Yeah, so this one probably is a little bit different with the our usual TRs that because we are not requested to do the consultation, but we are still opening the engagement with residents and the schools. And as probably summarized in the paper, we keep receiving the residents and the schools' feedback and comments, and we're going to consider those comments carefully and include those comments and valid opinions into the design as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll have Councillor Rogers, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could help me with some of the application of the speed rule. I noticed that in almost all cases on the reverse side of a 30-kilometre temporary sign, with the exception of when it's entering another area that is a temporary speed-controlled area, there's a 50-kilometre-per-hour sign. But I noticed on 2 streets in particular we hadn't proposed to put a 50-kilometre-per-hour street on the reverse side, and both of them tended to be quite short streets. So I was wondering if there was something that meant that we didn't have to put a 50k on the reverse side of those signs. They were in TR 81, it was Alice Street, and then another one on Alfred Street.
Yes, in some of the guidelines that NZTA released to help implement the rule, there are exemptions for very short streets in terms of the reverse.
Cool, fantastic, thank you.
Okay. We start speeding this up because I'm looking at the time. Yeah. Councillor Chung, a very quick question, please, to the point.
I'm always quick.
Yeah.
Regarding Wellington High School, the 30k areas where it seems to me that a lot of those students from Wilton High School walk down either Tamarega Street or come out the front behind the old Dominion Museum, and so coming down Tamarega Street is actually a main route.
Get to the question, Councillor Chung.
How would you actually implement a 30k area around that school?
What the prescriptive method that or direction that's in the rule is 150 meters from a school gate is the signage. So and I don't recall that there is any on Taranaki. I would suggest that's probably outside of the 150 meters.
Okay.
So you wouldn't.
So, one of my understanding is that Wellington High School has an exit on Wallace Street, and so they would walk down Taranaki Street, but Taranaki Street and Wallace Street are main thoroughfares, and so would there actually be a 30k limit on that area there, or are you looking at the main area as coming up behind the Dominion Museum,
Okay.
so it'll be a long way away?
Councillor Chung, I think we've just got to trust the officers have done their job by the rule and by the law that they are required to implement. And I think they've given you the answer that they can. Yeah, so I'm going to move on. I've got a question, very simple one, I hope. The 78 schools are now going to get some variable speed signs to help slow speeds. How many at the moment are protected with 30k areas?
So among the 78 schools that were proposing the variable speed limit, there are 6 schools that are near a permanent 30k zone, and the 16 schools that they have at least one gate within the 30k zone. And through the design, and this has been already considered in the proposal, that we are only adapting the variable speed limit on the gates where that needed.
Oh, okay. So this is a considerable increase in safety. Yeah.
Yes,
may
correct.
not have been the model we chose. I'm actually going to say we've had enough questions. I think we just need to move to introducing it. I've asked Councillor Rogers to introduce.
Of course, yeah. This is something that we have practically no discretion over. It's fantastic to have our mandate set very strictly by central government, which has not allowed us to look for any more cost-effective way to implement these safety measures. Hasn't entitled us to make any of those changes that Councillor McNulty was alluding to, where there are high traffic areas that school students use. So, yeah, the prescriptive nature of this is incredibly frustrating, but obviously this is something that we have to do. And really all we can hope is that NZTA does provide co-funding, because another $4.5 million of unfunded demands from central government is the last thing that councils need.
Do you have a seconder? Yep, Councillor McNulty. Saw your hand slightly first.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm very happy to second this in terms of the direction of where it's going. It's an improvement on the status quo, but it's also wildly maddening in some areas. Like, we are talking about a school crossing that I drive through every morning as I trip to take the kids to daycare for St. Bridget's School. That will not be in a in a 30k per hour zone, because it's just over that 150 metre threshold, and that's just stupid. Like, there's no other word for it but stupid, but that's the application of the rule that we've been given. So frustrating that we're going to have, I imagine, the only reason I had these two is that I shared them very proactively within the four Facebook groups that cover my ward, all the maps, and I got some immediate feedback from people. There is an incredible amount of Wellingtonians that wouldn't have seen this, and I imagine many, many more bits of similar feedback to come that could be a bit of a rude awakening, which is unfortunate because of the way that this has been designed and delivered. And then I just want to think that the government committed to localism has again really lived up to that in being able to implement local solutions. Good work, guys, keep it up. And again, and also on the funding budget of another unfunded mandate, at least the prior government, they did also with the land transport rules make this an unfunded mandate, but at least with something like Three Waters, they provided some funding. But this government talks a big talk on localism, but doesn't seem to back it up. So look, an improvement over the status quo. I pointed out there is one very nice unintended consequence of this. There's about 600 to 700 signs of the word kura going up across our city. So, you know, thanks for that chance to spread out AO just a little bit further in the city, you know, to the government. Probably unintentional, but, you know, we'll take what we can get out of it.
I'm going to suggest that debate has been, you know, we've canvassed this adequately. Unless anyone else is burning need to say anything. Do you need a right of reply? No, let's vote. Well, we haven't really got much choice, have we? Okay. Right, Ray, yes, good. Right, moving on. That was passed unanimously. Right, we will move to the next one, which is, we have just a few more to do, the proposed Crofton Downs trails. Oh, have I missed one? Sorry, it's the mobile trading operators on the Wellington Town Belt land. Can I invite Denise Clements to move the report? Thank you. And Kate and Jack, if he's here. Kate Broomman, thank you.
Oh, kia ora, councillors. I'm Denise, Park Services Manager, and today I have with me Kate. Kate is the team leader for animals. Today's paper is about approving mobile trading operators on Wellington Town Belt, and I'm going to take this paper as read, but I'm just going to provide a bit of context by way of introduction. So the Trading and Events in Public Places policy, it was adopted in 2021 and it took effect in 2022. The policy provides an approval framework for low-scale, low-impact pre-approved activities to be undertaken at pre-approved sites on reserve land and also Wellington Town Belt land. For trading on Wellington Town Belt land, the committee approval is required for this, and officers have assessed the applications as being compliant with the policy, the Wellington Town Belt Management Plan and the Wellington Town Belt Act 2016. This paper asks the committee to approve 4 new professional dog walking operators and renew 12 existing operators that were approved in 2023 to undertake their activity on Wellington Town Belt land for a period of 2 years, after which time they need to reapply. Professional dog walkers and lessons and coaching are both pre-approved mobile activities and can currently be undertaken on reserve tracks after obtaining a licence or a permit. To obtain a licence, professional dog walkers are required to complete the online application form, pay the fee and successfully pass the council's theory and pack handling assessment to operate. For lessons and coaching, operators are required to be registered on the WorkSafe Adventure Activity Operators Register. And to date, to the best of my knowledge, we have not had any complaints or issues reported to us about these operators. So Kate can answer any questions that you may have that may be dog related, and yeah, open to any other further partai from the floor.
I don't actually see any questions because I think we haven't really got any concerns. It seems to be running quite well.
Excellent.
So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah. And it's good that it's that way. Thank you. I believe the Mayor is wanting to move this. A lot of dog owners.
Yes, thank you, officers, for your wonderful work on this paper. I would be delighted to move this paper, and I'm very pleased to see Rome on this list, who I use for Teddy. They're excellent, just FYI. And, you know, the more professional dog walkers we have in this city, the better.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, who wants to second? Well, I'll have Ms. Pawiwi Kelly, why not? You don't want to speak? You can speak, yes.
And I also just wanted to say there's one that isn't a dog walker, which is Word, and they do a fantastic job keeping our children entertained, not mine specifically, keeping children entertained over the school holidays, doing outdoor activities, getting amongst our town belt and really creating a connection to nature and our trails. So, yeah, lots of awesome work here.
Great. Do you want to speak, Councillor Koata? Go.
Yep, I obviously support it, but I'm just going to take the opportunity while Denise is in the room, just to compliment her. I've had really good feedback from Crawley Residents Association and the Ian Galloway Dog Park people, and how you've been really helpful and willing and working with them on improvements. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Any right of reply? No? Second speech? No? Okay, let's go to the vote. Anyone want to take anything seriously? Ulterior motives.
I think it's cool.
It is very cool. All righty, and that has passed unanimously. So we are now moving to 2.6, the Crofton Downs Trails. Yes, everybody was keen that we know of. Yes. So actually, yes, we did have a briefing yesterday. So, and those of us who managed to attend had felt that we're very well informed. So we probably just need it once over lightly. And we'll take it as read, but perhaps just explain this diagram, because I did ask if this one could be put up.
Sure. Kia ora. The diagram upstairs, is that what you'd like me to explain? Or
Yes,
just have a...
yes, I think that shows it quite nicely.
Yes, okay. So we have 4 new trails being proposed, and as you will have heard earlier from the public submissions, they've been put forward by community groups representing both walkers and bikers. So the context there is outer green belt. The green ridge at the back is all outer green belt, and these tracks all cross that reserve land. We've got 3 downhill mountain bike trails, the blue, green and pink, tracks 1, 2 and 4. And they are graded sort of 5 and 6, quite extreme tracks. They're tracks 1 and 2. The pink one is a grade 4, which is sort of intermediate advanced riders. And the orange track at the bottom is a shared track, which is for dual use. It's biking and walking, and it's at the beginner grade of biking, so it's a grade 2 biking track. And our proposal, that what's shown there is what the community groups have proposed. The paper outlines some additional amendments that we have recommended to their proposal. The most particular one of that is to extend the orange track. That's the shared walking, biking track, so that it carries on round to the north there, below the dark blue track 1, and that extends the length of the easier shared track, which is the one that makes most accessible the reserve land to the people living in the subdivision and housing areas of Crofton Downs. And the one other thing to note there is that at the head of the valley, where tracks 1, 2 and 3 converge, they all require crossing what is future reserve land. It will come to council from the subdivision in Silverstream, which is still undergoing. We've already received some of that reserve land, but at the head of the valley, that land won't come to us until the subdivision is complete. So the timing of those tracks is affected by that.
Thank you. Now, we did have a lot of opportunity to ask questions, so I'm not going to give a lot of time now to ask to questions. We have heard from submitters that they're fairly positive. Would that be your impression? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
I think it is.
Okay. Is there a burning need for anyone to ask a question? Yes, Ray. Straight to the point. Yep.
Regarding the track 3, are there any issues with walkers and the bikes sharing that track?
Potentially, as there are with all shared tracks. So amongst the written submissions were some concerns expressed about sharing a track. However, if we look at the open space access plan for the entire track network, the default policy in that is that all tracks are shared unless specifically given another status for single use. And the shared tracks, and this one in particular, will be built to a wider dimension than is often the case with other tracks, and certainly the other tracks proposed here. So it'll be 1.5 metres wide to allow for easier passing. It'll also be built to professionally to a higher standard than we necessarily get with the volunteer track building, just to make sure that it's really well graded and meets the shared track standard. And the other thing about the shared tracks is that there is a code of behaviour, and that's part of sort of the agreements that we've got with the mountain bike community, which primarily is bikers give way to walkers.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more questions, thank you very much to the staff, and really expertly explained. Thank you. And I think Councillor Calvert might have asked to move this. And because of yesterday's discussion, we've just made corrected one mistake and made one of the recommendations slightly simpler. And that was agreed with officers yesterday. Yep, so as long as you're happy to move that. Absolutely. Yep, good.
I thought at least I could move a biking paper.
Good on you.
Well, it is off-road, so that's the saving grace. So, look, I'm really happy to move this, and I actually specifically asked because I went to the opening of one of the new tracks that have just been built, being completed by the Koromaka builders, and they opened a new track up the top of Satara Crescent in Kandala. It was about a kilometre walk, and I can absolutely assure everybody of the quality, built by volunteers, the quality of that walking track. And I can say that because I managed it. My 4-year-old grandson managed it. We even had the baby in an buggy that was not off-road buggy in there, and my terrier dog managed it. So it was a lovely walk, and so if that's the quality of what the volunteers can do, albeit supported by council officers, and I just think it's great to be able to use. We purchased this green space, but to actually enable more people to be able to access it, I think it's great to enjoy it rather than just look at it. And we did see along the trail one of those, I can't remember the name of the snails, but they're the ones that the black ones, they're the ones that are in scarcity. So look, so I'm very happy to support this. And when I talked to the volunteers on Saturday, they were very keen to make sure that this paper was supported. So thank you.
I was actually going to, do you want to? Yep, where you go.
I grew up at the top of Aotearoa Street in Naio for 18 years, right on the edge of the city, and I didn't kind of realise what a cool place that was, about 100 metres from the literal edge of a city. We had some fun adventures over the years as sheep broke out of the Kilmarnock farm and covered the neighbour's property or the occasional errant cow and the like. But I used to play up on the hills just over the other side of where these trails are going so much as a kid. And again, I just sort of thought that was normal, and I now look at with my kids growing up how lucky that was. But we didn't have the Kotamako Trail or those things at the top of Aotearoa Street at the time, and I've walked those since, and I just think how much cooler would it have been if that access to nature was there. So sometimes we get bogged down in the day-to-day big issues of this city and this council, which is, important relative to the job. But it is nice just you can take a step back sometimes and go, things are better than they were. And I think when it comes to the trail network and how we are connecting up the hills and the Greenbelt in Wellington, the work that volunteers are doing, it is just an absolute sign of incredible work that's being done. So I want to thank those volunteers, because that is not easy work, and you're leaving a real taonga for the city in doing that. And I look forward to coming along, and probably not mountain biking, I'm too old for that now, but I'll go for a walk on the shared trail when it's built. So just thank you to officers as well, and this is one of those really nice papers, but well done.
Anyone else? I'll just say I think it's fantastic, and I love everything about biking. I'm sorry, but I do. But I agree with Councillor Calvert. It's good to have some off-road options as well, and I think Wellington is increasingly being known for excellent mountain biking trails. Thanks a lot to our volunteers. So that's me. Right of reply.
Just to reiterate the volunteers, if we didn't have volunteers, we wouldn't have some of these fantastic opportunities. So supporting them, and the council is with, doing the sort of the bridges where you need that engineering expertise and that. So thank you to the officers as well, because of that enables that to happen. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, to the vote. Nothing needs to be taken separately, I wouldn't think. So off we go. Lovely. Unanimous. All right, I think this is the last one before our decision register updates, and it's a proposed coastal reserve classification. I would like to actually invite Shona back up to the table. Thank you, Shona. And Sherilyn?
So just to briefly introduce this paper, it's a follow-on to the paper that we submitted on the 18th of June, where we asked the committee for approval to publicly notify the proposed classifications. That consultation has now happened, and so we're bringing back our recommendations. So we're seeking committee resolutions to classify or reclassify the listed coastal reserve land parcels under the Reserves Act. It's a statutory requirement that all land that we hold and manage under the Act is classified according to a primary purpose. And there are 4 types of reserve that we're recommending are suitable for the coastal reserves. They're recreation, historic, scenic and local purpose, and it depends on the particular site values and location along the coast as to which one of those we've recommended. Consultation was run in parallel with the related consultation on the Te Tauko Koata Coastal Reserves Management Plan, because the two are closely related, and our classifications came out as part of that project. We made sure that where there were submissions that overlap between the two consultations, we made sure that they are appropriately considered under either this paper or the management plan paper. We got 40 submissions on these classifications, which indicated overall support for the approach taken. And we had one objection, which was to the areas, the foreshore areas, Siren Rocks, and the area around Te Rakahau Point foreshore. That objection was on the basis that there were geological and landscape values there that would be better managed and protected as scenic reserve rather than recreation reserve, which we had recommended. We've looked into that, and we recommend that we continue with the recreation reserve classification because Section 17, which is for recreation reserve under the Act, provides for both public enjoyment and, it's not or, it's and protection of natural environment and beauty of the countryside. And we're very aware that all around that foreshore area, it's huge pressure from the public to use and enjoy that area. And we do want to be able to have the flexibility, we have slightly more flexibility with the recreation reserve classification to be able to manage that well. I'd also add that those values are protected under the district plan. It's an area that's identified as of high natural coastal character. So the recommendations are listed in relating to attachment 1. There's a list there of the land parcels that are to be classified or reclassified according to the appropriate section of the Act. And the last item, recommendation 6, I just want to draw your attention to that. It's a note that there are listed in Schedule 4 a few land parcels where we've had legal advice that we need to do a bit more due diligence on the land status before we go ahead with deciding about classification. So our intention is to do that due diligence and bring a paper back next year.
Okay, thank you. Very clear. I think it's 7 land parcels, is that right? That I saw it in the paper, so hopefully. So it's not a big number. Are there any other questions? We again had quite a big Q&A on this yesterday, so no, I think it's as clear as, and really this is, would you say, a bit of a rubber stamping exercise in a way, isn't it?
It's an administrative task. We've been managing most of these land parcels in the manner in which we're recommending for quite some time, and to some extent some of them are a tidy up of things that had to have some other work done on them in the interim and hadn't been sorted out since the last management plan, which was 2004.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm happy to move, or would you like, you've got a question?
Question. Okay. So if the coastal management plan makes some changes that impact this classification, where that leaves us?
That would change the classifications, you mean?
Coastal management plan is coming for decision sometime soon. If any of that, the decision that we make under that coastal management plan, in a bit of in contradiction to what we're making a decision today, where that leaves the decision?
Oh, sure. Yeah, probably not, because what's in the management plan is very much along the lines, in fact, it's almost the other way, that we have proposed our classifications with what's in mind in the management plan. So, for instance, the management plan has a real emphasis on te tau and managing natural values, and we have that strongly in mind when we're putting forward these classifications. There was nothing in the submissions that came to us that would induce a change one way or the other. Does that?
Okay.
So, in the option 2 that you gave us on Article 47, it says that this option would mean the Regulatory Process Committee could take into account any changes made to the management plan as a result of consultation on the draft plan. It's not a potential it's going to change much, but is that better to do the other way around instead of approving this one and going back to the coastal management plan? Is that better to approve coastal management and come back to this one? That's what I'm basically asking.
What do you think?
No, it doesn't matter.
We're well ahead with the recommendations for the management plan, which is going to the other committee next week, and there's nothing in that would indicate that we would want to change the recommended classification. So the paper's already in the system for the management plan.
Okay. Are there further questions? No? Okay. I was going to move this, but my opinion is that the work's been done. It's reasonably clear, and I'd just like to thank the officers for all the good work that's been done. And that was a very beautiful piece of work, actually. The quality of the document you put out for consultation was coffee table material. It was so gorgeous. But thank you. Is there anyone that wants to second it? Thank you. Do you need to speak?
I just wanted to reiterate thanks to the officers and the work that they've done, and also the position of mana whenua who support this approach for the classification of the coastal reserves and the reclassification so that the land does get the proper tag to it, status, and also that I noted that mana whenua did have some concerns, just that they wanted to urge a little bit more protections around the actual our tile by increasing the public awareness. And so it seems like officers have already picked that up. So yes, I support this and well done. Good work.
Any further debate? No need for a right of reply. Let's vote. And that has carried. Last item. And then I'm going to propose we have a committee photo for our last meeting over there. Anyway, so we've got the decision register updates and upcoming reports, and I think I hand over to you, do I, Jenny?
I think you do. Or if you want, I don't think that there aren't any upcoming decisions.
Yeah. So that, well, are there even any? We'll take this report as read. Does anyone have, I don't think we need to ask any questions because I think this is our last. So whatever upcoming decisions are, they're for a differently constituted committee. So you would like some debate. I will move it. Do I have a seconder? You'll second it. And would you like to
Yeah, so this is obviously the last committee meeting, and I think we have to recognise you, Chair, for the efforts that you've brought around. I think this committee has worked harder than most others, to be honest, and probably in the real pit of sort of coalface of council work. And I think while some of us, if we are fortunate enough to be returned, we'll be probably thinking we've done our due and our innings on this committee, and looking forward to seeing some fresh blood and talent come through. It's still been, there's no better place to get to know the mechanics of how a council works, how it impacts on people, how to do those little changes than I think coming here. And I almost think this is kind of mandatory for anyone who wants to be a decent city councillor, so they should spend a time for a stint here. Sarah, you've been a fantastic chair. You've taken us through many, many different challenges and papers and topics and subjects over the past 3 years, but we've always got in there and landed, and I think we've always actually done quite well. I mean, an hour ago, I think we're all starting to realise, crap, if we don't pull finger, we're going to be here till 4 o'clock, and suddenly it's now, less than an hour later, and we're almost ready to be out the door. So I thought it was just important, as your Deputy Chair, to acknowledge on behalf of Tori, Liz, Diane, Ray, Nuruddin, Geordie, and myself, thank you, and also because it's your last time chairing ever. Less member free at Greater Wellington, so we never know. We're not allowed to electioneer here, are we? But yeah, again, just to thank you, and I'm sure if anyone else has anything to say, they will say so.
I might be too embarrassed to let you. Ray, I'm going to say my normal thing. You have to keep it short and to the point.
I'm always keeping it short. I'd like to say that at the beginning of this triennium, I looked at the regulatory committee and I thought, my God, this must be the most boring committee to be on, because how could anything of interest be on regulatory processes? But I've actually found that, and I agree with Councillor McNulty, that it is actually one of the most stimulating and invigorating committees to be on, because I think that we're doing the work, we're responding to the heart of what the community wants, and we're getting feedback from all of them. So it's probably the committee where you're most engaged with people. So yes, and I've really enjoyed my time on it. I'd like to again say something about Sarah, about the chair of this committee. I've never ever met anyone so pedantic about keeping notes and about keeping notes on what people actually say and do. I'm so impressed when I saw your notes. So I've never seen anyone do so much. So I'm very, very pleased, very proud to have worked under you. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Well, goodness. Oh, Diane's back just in time for the photo. Oh,
We're in debate for decision register, and I just moved a little bit of a motion about thanking Sarah for her work as chair.
Oh, okay. Well, fortunately, it's not a formal motion, or it might not be unanimous. No, that's fine. Right. Your thanks is appreciated and returned. I have actually enjoyed working with everybody, and we've had our moments. It's some long meetings, but the work has been, I think, very valuable, and it's how things actually get done. You don't get things done in abstract. You've actually got to make them happen, and that means decisions down on the ground, and on leases and things like that. I think we've done pretty well. With that, the last decision, yes, no, we're not quite 400 hours. I think it was 140 or something. It was enough. Oh, really? Goodness. Right, and that was unanimous. So I'm going to close with the karakia. Let's have a look. Una hia, ki te uru tapanui, kia wātia, te mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara tākatu. Koe rā I rongo, whakaia aki ki ronga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. And I was very neglectful, and I always do this. I should thank the excellent support I've had. So Jenny's currently in the chair, but we've had Siobhan, we've had Brad, we've had lots of really superb support, and of course the wonderful DEM services staff. We couldn't do it without you, so thank you. Now, I want my photo before you guys have to run off.